Chapter 44:26. To others, it was a very exciting and thrilling battle. But to Ling Xiao, it was a boring battle. The opponent was too weak. The only thing he was looking forward to was whether Qi Shiran had any powerful trump cards. It could give him a little surprise. Truly boasting shamelessly, Qi Shiran laughed coldly and said, "I know you killed martial artists of the late stage pill realm cultivation before, but I'm different from them." Finished talking, Qi Shiran's entire body's true essence formed a fire dragon that spiraled and danced above his body. Looking closely, this fire dragon actually contained many fire elemental life forms, seemingly forcefully refined inside. This is actually the Scarlet Sun Devil fire energy. Legends say that it requires tens of thousands of fire elemental souls to successfully cultivate. Didn't think that this Qi Shiran actually succeeded? This Scarlet Sun Devil fire energy. Even Qi Xiao did not successfully cultivate it. No wonder he dared to provoke Ling Xiao. This time, Ling Xiao is probably going to be unlucky. Seeing the horrifying fire dragon on Qi Shiran's body, Kill the Wolf frowned and said, "No need to worry. Ling Xiao naturally has his own means to deal with it. We just need to watch quietly. He won't let us down." Gao Shen laughed and said, although his eyesight was not as good as Kill the Wolf, his trust in Ling Xiao was a little stronger. After all, when Ling Xiao dealt with Qi Xiao, Black Fang, and Yu Ruo alone, he witnessed it with his own eyes. While everyone was still discussing, Ling Xiao already made his move. Facing an opponent like Qi Shiran, he did not wish to spend too much time. In just a split second, he entered the Canopy Beast Spirit transformation. Since the other party used fire, then he would use water. The instant he transformed, the Beast God's aura was released from his body. Even his eyes also became filled with wildness and majesty, as if the Beast God was reborn. Seeing this pair of eyes, Qi Shiran actually shuddered for no reason. Buzz! A tyrannical power blossomed from Ling Xiao's body, vigorous and solemn. It was the power of gods and devils. God's fist kill. A fist shining with divine light suddenly appeared in the void. The sacred and dignified aura was many times more powerful than the 63 disciplinary knights from before. It was as if a deity in the sky had punched down with a peerless fist. It was shocking and frightening. It was just a mere Qi Shiran, although he possessed the power of the Scarlet Young Devil Fire Force. However, Ling Xiao felt that God's fist was more than enough to deal with it. Not to mention God's fist in his transformed state. His ferocious fists made him look down on all living things like a god. The crowd couldn't help but sigh with emotion when they saw the fist that was shining with divine light. Even the beast tamer general revealed a look of shock. It was rare for a mere youth to be able to cultivate such a consummate skill. "Damn it, block it for me." Under the situation of panic, Qi Shiran had long since lost his composure. As he roared, he crazily poured out his quintessential essence. The fire dragon roared and pounced forward. He wanted to stop the god's fist that was falling from the sky. In the next moment, the fire dragon collided with the god's fist. The life and death battle that many people were looking forward to did not happen. The fire dragon seemed to have met its nemesis and was easily shattered by the god's fist. Immediately after, Qi Shiran was smashed onto the stage, and his entire body was almost flattened. At that moment, Qi Shiran was no longer thinking about provoking Ling Xiao, but how to survive. Ling Xiao's attack was too terrifying, although his body was not weak, but facing this attack, he did not have the slightest ability to guard against it. He was completely caught in a tragedy. His body was almost smashed to pieces, and even his nightin had cracks. Even so, Ling Xiao did not plan to let him go. He walked in front of Qi Shiran and looked at the guy who was unable to move. He sneered. Scarlet Young Sacred City? The head of the 10 sacred cities? I didn't expect the third ranked disciple to be such a trash. In my opinion, Scarlet Young Sacred City should just change its name to Trash Sacred City, so as not to disgrace this name. F***CK. This is too valiant. The people of Scarlet Young Sacred City will probably go crazy with anger. The moment Ling Xiao's words came out, many people had the same thought in their hearts. He actually dared to humiliate Scarlet Young Sacred City like this. Ling Xiao was really awesome and bold enough. However, Scarlet Young Sacred City would definitely not let it go, right? At this moment, in the stands, the martial artists of Scarlet Young Sacred City all looked gloomy, including Scarlet Young Sacred Lord. He stood up and looked at Ling Xiao, wishing that he could tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Why, do you want to fight here? Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame also stood up, looked at Scarlet Young Sacred Lord, and sneered. Scarlet Young Sacred City, oh no, Trash Sacred City, is not even willing to abide by the rules of Golden City? The current Battle Alliance, in terms of overall strength, did not need Scarlet Young Sacred City at all, so they had no reason to be afraid. It was strength. Stop arguing. Look, Qi Shuran hasn't lost yet. Suddenly, there was a new change in the ring. Qi Shuran, whose body had almost turned into minced meat, actually launched a sneak attack on Ling Xiao at a very close distance in a strange form similar to a soft monster. Ling Xiao's body was blasted out, and he almost fell out of the ring. He's actually not dead yet. The martial artists of Battle Alliance were extremely surprised. Ling Xiao was also a little shocked. He was willing to believe that Qi Shuran's so-called trump card was only the Scarlet Young demonic fire energy, but he didn't expect that he had such a move. He almost fell for it. If he hadn't increased his static state at the critical moment, released the falling plum shadow, and exchanged his body, he would probably have been killed by this kid's sneak attack. Although there were miraculous moves like life backtrack and fire rebirth, Ling Xiao didn't intend to reveal it so easily. That was a divine skill. It was used at the critical moment. It wasn't used rashly. Ling Xiao, you boasted of being tyrannical and said that the martial artists of our Scarlet Young Sacred City were trash. You said that our Scarlet Young Sacred City was a trash sacred city. I wonder how you feel now. Scarlet Young, Sacred Lord mocked. It's still trash, just trash that has become a monster. Ling Xiao laughed contemptuously. The current Qi Shuran could no longer be called a human. He was completely a soft monster. His entire body had no bones and was only wriggling on the ground. His body could undergo all sorts of strange changes. This was really not easy to deal with. Looking at Qi Shuran's eyes that were filled with hatred and killing intent, Ling Xiao knew that the other party was definitely going to kill him. Ling Xiao, if you don't die, how can Qi Shuran die? You're really powerful. In the end, you forced me to use my strongest move. But after I used this move, you no longer have any chance. Qi Shuran roared, as if he was a different kind of monster. Other than his voice, he still looked a little human. The rest was basically gone. But after this guy became a monster, his fighting strength had increased greatly. He was almost at the level of the extreme Dan realm perfection. However, it was only almost. The current Ling Xiao wasn't even afraid of the extreme Dan realm perfection martial artists, so why would he be afraid of him? Everyone read. Chapter 44:27. Die. Qi Shuran, who transformed into a soft-bodied monster, finally erupted with an attack. His entire body distorted and deformed like a python. Opening his sharp fangs, he pounced at Ling Xiao. Heavenly Flood Dragon-Devouring Man. Seeing this attack, the audience in the audience boiled over. Because this Heavenly Flood Dragon-Devouring Man was a 10th Order Emperor rank martial technique. Originally, with Qi Shiran's strength, it was impossible to display this level of martial technique. But after entering the heavenly flood dragon form, the situation was completely different. He could fully display this low-grade 10th Order Emperor realm martial skill. Even on this kind of stage, there were very few people who could display a low-grade 10th Order Emperor realm martial skill. This was just the first stage of the battle, and there was actually such a divine technique. How could the audience not be excited? Roar! Like a real flood dragon, wrapped in Qi Shiran's terrifying power, he charged at Ling Xiao. That sinister and berserk aura made all the martial artists present feel the astonishing power. Many people's faces changed somewhat. Apart from those shattered core realm martial artists, the majority absolutely did not dare to take this move head-on. Facing this move, the only way to save one's life was to dodge. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. He looked at Qi Shiran with a cold smile. "Since you want to die so much, then I'll fulfill your wish." Originally, after crippling Qi Shiran just now, he did not intend to kill him, but did not expect that this guy actually did not know what was good for him. He would rather become a monster to kill him. Then what was there to be polite about? Heavenly flood dragon-devouring man. This move was indeed powerful, but compared to his current attack power, it was not on the same level at all. Endless Fiend God Fist. The power of God and devil emerged on Ling Xiao's body at the same time. Ling Xiao's body was constantly shining with black and white light, the fist shining with divine light, and the fist shining with black light intertwined together, both good and evil. No one had ever seen Ling Xiao display such a move before. Even in the first and second rounds, he had only used the power of a god. He did not use the power of God and devil. Now, those shocking fists condensed from the void one after another. It made countless martial artists feel shocked and alarmed. Even the expressions of those judges changed again and again. How is this kid so powerful? What is his body made of? General Beast Taming General was also quite surprised. As a divine physique realm powerhouse, Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun naturally felt the terrifying power from Ling Xiao's body that was enough to suppress any extreme core realm martial artist. This power had probably reached the level of a mid-10th Order Emperor class martial skill. The heavenly flood dragon devouring man's power far surpassed a low-grade 10th Order Emperor realm martial skill. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's fighting strength was much stronger than Qi Su Ran's and was integrated into this martial technique. It wind roared rock, row. The endless fists of the gods and devils finally blasted out like a storm. "Shiran, get down!" Sacred Scarlet Man was Qi Scarlet's rock, Scarlet Devil Scar. Qi Shiran was definitely not Ling Xiao's opponent. Unless he quickly stepped down from the stage and gave up on this battle, it would be difficult for him to escape death. "It's too late," Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun shouted again when he saw that Qi Shiran didn't react. However, Qi Shiran couldn't give up on the stage. He heard Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun's voice, but he didn't believe it. He didn't believe that he wasn't Ling Xiao's opponent. He didn't believe that his master would ask him to give up. "I don't." Qi Shiran roared. The two forces finally collided. Qi Shiran finally understood why Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun asked him to give up. Facing Ling Xiao's attack, he felt like a sapling in a storm, easily uprooted. "Ling Xiao, stop!" Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun shouted when he saw that Qi Shiran didn't listen. "Stop! Is this the tone of begging? What an idiot! Didn't I teach you how to beg?" Ling Xiao had already decided to kill Qi Shiran. Unless General Beast Taming said something, he wouldn't stop. Even if General Beast Taming said something, he would have to threaten him. Ling Xiao sneered as he glanced at Sacred Leader Qiyang. The more you threaten, the more vicious yours truly will be. Laughing coldly, he released the endless fists of gods and demons. The terrifying fists landed on Chishuran's body like a storm. Chishuran's body was smashed into pieces. Even the soft-bodied monster was smashed into pieces. Once its inner core was completely shattered, it would be completely destroyed. There was no way it could live. Under the endless fists of gods and demons, Chishuran disappeared from this world. You asked me to stop, but I didn't. So what? After killing Chishuran, Ling Xiao looked at Sacred Lord Scarlet Sunday. You sent people to kill me, but I can't kill your people? What kind of logic is this? Seeing this and hearing this, Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Qi Yuan and Qi Hai's faces were ugly as well. They were judges and people of Scarlet Sun's sacred city. Even if Ling Xiao didn't give face to Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun, he had to give them face. But he didn't. Bastard! You want to die? Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun roared with a trembling voice. TSK, is the one who died your illegitimate son? Why are you so heartbroken? Ling Xiao sneered. Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun's face changed when he heard this. It can't be, right? He really is an illegitimate son. I actually guessed it right. No wonder this old man was so agitated. Bastard! How dare you slander me? You're courting death. Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun suddenly released his divine physique echelon aura and pounced on Ling Xiao crazily. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Humph! Patriarch Scarlet Flame soared into the sky, and flames rose from his body. With the help of treasures, he could also release the strength of a divine physique echelon. He blocked Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun's aura. Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun, you're an expert of the older generation. How dare you break the rules of the Golden Battle? Patriarch Scarlet Flame said coldly, General Beast Tamer, Ling Xiao is a junior that the Fire Emperor has his eyes on. If anything happens to him, you'll have to think about it yourself. Originally, General Beast Tamer planned to watch from the sidelines and didn't want to care about these trivial matters. However, after hearing Patriarch Scarlet Flame's words, his face instantly changed. Fire Emperor. Even in the Golden City, the Fire Emperor was a top-notch existence. He could kill him with a single finger. If it was someone else who said this, General Beast Tamer might not believe it. However, the one who said it was Patriarch Scarlet Flame. So General Beast Tamer had no choice but to believe it, because Patriarch Scarlet Flame and the Fire Emperor were relatives. Furthermore, the treasures that Patriarch Scarlet Flame was using now were also given by the Fire Emperor. General Beast Tamer recognized it. Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun, why aren't you stopping? Do you want to break the rules of the Golden Battle? On the arena, life and death are predestined. If you want to live, you have to jump off the arena. Since Chishuran didn't have that choice, he can't blame anyone if he's killed. General Beast Tamer's terrifying aura pressed down on Sacred Lord Scarlet Sunday. And read Chapter 44-28, Facing the Beast Tamer General's Pressure. Sacred Leader Qiang's expression changed drastically. Although they were both in the divine body realm, he was still a far cry from the Beast Tamer General. They weren't even on the same level. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in shock. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to be related to the Fire Emperor. No wonder Patriarch Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun would protect him. They finally got the answer to their question. Sacred Leader Qiang's expression was extremely gloomy. He was very unhappy. However, there was nothing he could do. The Beast Tamer General was too powerful. He couldn't afford to offend him. The Fire Emperor was even more powerful, and he couldn't afford to offend him. However, he had to take revenge. He couldn't do it now, but he had to kill Ling Xiao in the future, no matter what. Humph! Sacred leader Qiang snorted coldly. He had to hold back his anger first. Qi Xiao, you have to do well for your father. With the beast tamer general around, we can't break the rules, but we can kill Ling Xiao within the rules. Are you confident? Sacred leader Qiang looked at his proudest son and asked, Father, don't worry. As long as he meets me, he will definitely die. Qi Xiao said coldly, Very good. Sacred leader Qiang nodded. But father, what if Patriarch Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun interfere? Qi Xiao wasn't worried about Ling Xiao, but he was a little afraid of the three of them. Don't worry. If they break the rules, the beast tamer general won't be able to protect them. Moreover, the first Law Lord is still around. Also, the Law Lord is coming back. He won't let this happen. Although the Law Lord was sent by the higher-ups, he is still the ruler of Commandment Sacred City. Ling Xiao has ruined the reputation of Commandment Sacred City. How can the Law Lord forgive him? Sacred leader Qiang shook his head and said, As long as it's within the rules, you can do whatever you want. Don't worry. Okay, I understand. Qi Xiao nodded. He didn't want his future to be ruined by killing Ling Xiao. Now that there was a guarantee, there was no need to worry anymore. The same thing happened to Lion Fearless, Blackfang, and Yu Ruo. Their common thoughts were the same. Ling Xiao's background was too deep. It was likely that breaking the rules wouldn't work on Ling Xiao. Therefore, they could only hope to kill Ling Xiao in a proper confrontation. The first stage of the third round might not work, but the remaining people in the second stage would all have a battle. Naturally, there would be a chance. Ling Xiao naturally knew what these people were thinking, but would he be afraid? The Troll King hidden in his mountain river world was enough to kill anyone in the 3,000 holy cities. However, in order to avoid attracting more powerful opponents, he didn't expose himself. In the following battle, Kill the Wolf and Gao Shun easily won the second round. Lion Master Bao and Yi Lingyan finally achieved their first victory. But Ling Xiao wasn't happy. Clearly, there were people who wanted these two to enter the second stage of the third round. One could forfeit in the first stage, but not in the second stage. Unless one jumped down from the arena, the battle would continue. As long as one wanted to, many people had the means to make the opponents stay in the arena and then kill them. Perhaps it was time to remind Lion Master Bao and Yi Lingyan. In this battle, the 6 Holy Sun won all of them. Xiao Yu also didn't drop the chain. In the third battle, Ling Xiao randomly chose an opponent, and the opponent directly forfeited. After all, the scene of him killing Qi Su Ran was very frightening. Who could withstand that terrifying fists of gods and demons? The first stage of the battle was over. Out of the 100 people, 32 were selected to enter the second stage. In the second stage, the advantage of being in the front still existed. But it didn't have much meaning. Because this was a battle of points, everyone would face it. The final ranking would be based on the number of points. The second stage of the third round will be held one day later. All participants can return to their respective holy cities to have a good rest, although one day won't change many things. But I hope that all of you can prepare well. The second stage of the battle will begin the day after tomorrow. The real-time rankings can be seen on the ranking jade wall. Beast Taming General stood up and announced the second stage of the third round. Then he turned around and left. The rankings would be updated in real time. This was a refreshing experience. Scarlet Sun Sacred City, Sin Sacred City, Divine Sword Sacred City, and so on all left. Divine Martial Sacred City only had the Battle Alliance warriors left. Shocking shouts could be heard at this moment. Great Sacred Master is mighty. Long live the alliance leader. Ling Zhao's performance in this golden battle definitely made them feel incomparably excited. In the past, many holy cities might have joined the battle alliance, but it was only to seek protection. They didn't have much respect for Ling Zhao, the great sacred master. But it was different now. Ling Zhao's performance was worthy of their faith and worship. It was said that gods were man-made, and the battle alliance was also creating gods. As long as the great sacred master's performance was good, the battle alliance's status would rise. Now, no one dared to call the battle alliance a motley crew, although most of these holy cities were ranked below the top 1,000. But with a great sacred master like Ling Zhao, sooner or later, they would soar. Of course, with Ling Zhao's strength, they couldn't fall behind. With the convenient resources provided by the Battle Alliance, their cultivation and improvement were much faster than before. This was something that many other holy cities were envious of. With only one day of rest, Ling Zhao didn't return to Battle Soul Sacred City. Instead, he stayed in Divine Martial Sacred City. Now, Divine Martial Sacred City was almost the headquarters of the Battle Alliance. Ling Zhao didn't forget the hatred between Hinajiku and Battle Dragon. He also didn't forget the innocent disciples of Battle Soul Sacred City who were killed by Qi Xiao. As the great sacred master of the Battle Alliance, he had the responsibility to take revenge. Now, if one had to say who was the most powerful person in the 3,000 holy cities, it would definitely be the great sacred master of the Battle Alliance, Ling Zhao. Regardless of his strength, in terms of fame and reputation, he had surpassed Qi Xiao, Black Fang, and the others. But even now, many people still didn't know Ling Zhao's exact strength. They only knew that no matter how strong his opponent was, he was able to perform well. But even so, the threat of Qi Xiao, Black Fang, Yu Ruo, and Lion Fearless cast a shadow over Ling Zhao's future. Could he break through the cage and become the champion of the Golden Battle? Many people were looking forward to it. Since you're here, why are you hiding? I wonder why the judges are looking for me. On this day, Ling Zhao was cultivating in the cultivation area. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched, and he looked into the distance. In the darkness, several figures came out. Qi Yuan, Qi Hai, Ape Demon, Tian Haitang. These four were the judges who came with the beast-taming general to preside over the Golden Battle, and each of them had reached the peak of the Extreme Core realm. They couldn't be underestimated. Ling Zhao naturally didn't dare to underestimate them, but he wasn't afraid of them. Come and read M. Chapter 44:29. I wonder why the four of you are here in the middle of the night. It can't be that you're here to chat with me. Ling Zhao, right? Ling Zhao stood there, looking at the four geniuses of the Golden City, and smiled faintly. This surprised Qi Yuan and the others. When ordinary people saw the four of them, they would definitely be very afraid and surprised. Why did Ling Zhao seem to have expected it? It made them feel less accomplished. Qi Yuan sneered and looked at Ling Zhao. Since you're so direct, let's not beat around the bush. You're very strong, but you're too arrogant. You could have spared Qi Shiran's life, but you did it. Do you know that the Golden City hates people who harm their own people the most? So let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be too ruthless. Qi Hai added, I know you're the one recommended by Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman, but don't forget, we are the referees of the Golden Battle. If we report your merciless and bloodthirsty behavior to the higher-ups, we will definitely be punished. If we report that you're going to report it, you won't have a good time, right? What's the point of saying so much nonsense? Let's get to the point. What do you want? Ling Zhao said coldly. They want to kill you, can't you see? Tian Haitang suddenly said. Tian Haitang, what are you doing? Qi Yuan said angrily. What? I said I wouldn't come, but you guys insisted. Do you really think he's afraid of your threats? What a joke. Behind him stood Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman, as well as Fire King. It's absolutely easy to enter the Golden City. The reason why he participated in the Golden Battle was just to gild himself. You can't even see this and want to deal with others. I think you guys are really stupid. Forgive me for not accompanying you. Tian Haikang finished speaking and turned to leave. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao would fall for such a boring trick. Humph, bitch. One day, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Qi Yuan snorted coldly and gritted his teeth. Don't bother about that, bitch. Business is more important, Ape Demon said anxiously. That's true. Qi Yuan nodded. He looked at Ling Xiao again and said, speaking of business, there is only one thing, and that is to make a deal with you. Oh, what deal? Ling Xiao knew that these people were up to no good, but he really wanted to know how they were going to deal with him. You don't have to think too much about it. We actually came to find you to ask you to give this pill to Gao Shen. We were once indebted to Gao Shen's father. Now that he had returned, he had obtained such a rare pill. After taking it, your power will increase by 2 times, and it will be permanent. Qi Hai said coldly. It's a pity that he's now a member of your battle alliance, so it's not convenient for us to have too much contact with him. Take it. As he spoke, he tossed a pill to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao caught it with his hand. The moment it touched his hand, he could feel the strange energy contained within the pill. After all, he was an alchemist. His senses were still very clear. Is it really a panacea? Ling Xiao was somewhat surprised, because according to his thinking, there must be something wrong with the things that these fellows gave him. Amen? No. With a vigilant heart, he specially used the Tai Chi eye to conduct a careful analysis and appraisal. Sure enough, he found the problem. This pill indeed looked right on the surface. Even an alchemist might very well overlook where its problem was. However, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I was not fooled. Seemingly a panacea, it was actually highly toxic, incomparably vicious, enough to completely turn a martial artist into a cripple. Are they going to deal with Gao Shen? No, looks like their target is still me. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He had already guessed the other party's thoughts. It was nothing more than wanting to make use of his greed and Gao Shen's admiration for him. Let this pill enter his mouth. Even if it was really Gao Shen who took this pill in the end, it would not be a loss. It could always give him trouble. Get lost. Are you trying to fool me with this kind of thing? Ling Xiao sneered and said, Don't think that you can fool me by disguising poison as a panacea. Today, seeing that you are the judges, I won't kill you, but if there's a next time, don't think about living. Be ****. Are you looking down on the Golden City? Qi Yuan said, angrily. Trash like you can represent the Golden City? What a joke. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to continue talking nonsense. This group of people used such a scheme to deal with him. If he was not an alchemist, if he did not have the Tai Chi, he would have really been tricked. How could he not be angry? If not for the fact that he did not want to mess up the Golden Battle, he would have wanted to kill this group of scum right now. Get lost! He roared, causing the faces of the 3 people on the opposite side to become very ugly. But here, they definitely did not dare to make a move, because Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun were here. Unless they wanted to die, they would definitely not dare to act rashly. Let's go. Qi Yuan gritted his teeth. Since the scheme had already been seen through, then there was no need to stay. That would only make them look even more embarrassed. On the way to leave, the ape demon said very unhappily, This Ling Xiao is too arrogant. He actually doesn't put us in his eyes. He said that we are scum. I really wanted to kill him just now. It's not just you. I also want to do that. Saying that we are scum is simply disgraceful. It's a pity that this brat has a powerhouse protecting him. It's not good for us to hurt him, Chihai said with a frown. If only we could let him eat this marrow extermination pill. Yes, once the marrow extermination pill is consumed, the meridians in the martial artist's body will shatter, and the bone marrow will lose its effect. The entire person will become a cripple. This marrow extermination pill was obtained by sacred Lord Qi Yang with great difficulty. It must be rare. Qi Yuan also frowned and said, they originally planned to let Ling Xiao swallow the marrow extermination pill. Then, no matter who it was, they would want to kill Ling Xiao. Everything would be very easy if they encountered it. However, the problem now was how to make Ling Xiao swallow the pill. Perhaps we can try to let you Ruo do this, the ape demon suddenly said. What do you mean? Could it be that you Ruo and Ling Xiao know each other? Qi Yuan asked curiously. That's not the case. Yu Ruo's cultivation method is very special. She can inject the marrow extermination pill into Ling Xiao's body without anyone noticing, unless Ling Xiao can face her unscathed. However, the possibility of that is very low. Wonderful. Ling Xiao killed a martial artist from the sacred Netherworld city. Yu Ruo hates him to the bone. Naturally, she will agree to this arrangement. Chihai clapped and cheered. The rest of the day was not long. On the day of the competition, a total of 32 advanced martial artists had all arrived. Among them were Kill the Wolf and Gao Shen. As for Lion Master Bao and Yi Lingyan, they had already been eliminated. They were eliminated on purpose. Although some people wanted to go easy on them and let them advance, they would rather not have that kind of advancement. The harvest this time was not small. Next time, they believed that they would be able to achieve better results. Chapter 44:30. One day was enough for everyone to recover to their peak state. The next point battle was also the final battle of the Golden City. Could they become the new 10th Holy Sun? Whether or not they could enter the Golden City would depend on their performance this time. Let's work hard together. Ling Xiao and Gao Shen looked at each other. Gao Shen was looking forward to getting a better result. Ling Xiao was looking forward to stepping into the Golden City. You're better than me. This time, you'll definitely amaze the world. I'm looking forward to it. As he got to know Ling Xiao better, Gao Shen also knew how powerful Ling Xiao was. If even Ling Xiao couldn't get a spot in the Golden City, it would be even more impossible for others. Previously, Gao Shen had only guessed that Ling Xiao could get such a spot. But now he had confirmed it. Ling Xiao's strength was unfathomable. At this time, Divine Martial Sacred City was once again overcrowded. In addition to a large number of martial artists in the city watching the battle live, almost all the martial artists in the 3,000 sacred cities were watching it through the live broadcast. This was a rare learning opportunity. The duel between the 32 elite martial artists. They would definitely be able to learn some exquisite things from it. Now, no one had full confidence to become a disciple of the Golden City. Not even Ling Xiao. Although he was confident, he could only ensure that he defeated every enemy. As for whether he could enter the Golden City, there were many special factors that would affect it. It wasn't that easy. Soon, the official duel had begun. The second stage was called the point battle. In fact, only the final 10 martial artists would fight in the form of points. Before that, there would be 2 elimination rounds. 16 from 32, 8 from 16. Then, 2 of the 16 eliminated martial artists would be selected to be resurrected. They would form the final 10. After all, luck was very important in the elimination round. It would be troublesome to encounter a strong opponent or even fight a strong opponent. Fortunately, there was an option to choose opponents. Basically, as long as the top 8 martial artists didn't fail miserably, they wouldn't be eliminated. In people's eyes, the sixth holy son would definitely be able to enter the top 8. Together with Yu Ruo and Dong Wuxiu, this was the list of the top 8 martial artists. Although Ling Xiao was very strong, he still hadn't encountered a martial artist of Dan realm perfection. Therefore, many people still didn't recognize him. You're underestimating Ling Xiao. In my opinion, it's not a problem for him to enter the top 10. That's right, he's ranked first, so he can totally choose a weaker opponent. How? Among the 32 people present, he was the weakest. Aside from him, the weakest was a warrior at the late stage of the extreme alchemy realm. It's not easy for him to choose anyone. I actually think that it would be fun for him to meet the sixth holy son. Everyone's discussion was just conjecture in the end. People would only know the result when the real battle started. Ling Xiao, as the first person to clear the second round, had the number 1 plate. He made a preemptive choice again. This time, he chose the weakest opponent, because he was very clear that the real showdown was the final 10 Holy Sun points battle. Ling Xiao's opponent was a martial artist of Dan realm late-stage cultivation. Being chosen by Ling Xiao, honestly, he was rather depressed. But to make him give up, it was also impossible. Finally getting this kind of opportunity, he always had to fight. What if he could fight for a victory? It was a pity that fantasies were ultimately just fantasies. He already risked his life, but the final result was unsatisfactory. Knocked off the stage by Ling Xiao in one move, defeated. So boring. The people watching the show all felt rather disappointed. What they hoped to see was a fascinating and exciting battle, not a battle that was easily resolved like this. Too boring, right? But Ling Xiao did not care about these. What he wanted was for the battle to end as soon as possible without exposing his trump card. Congratulations on advancing. When Ling Xiao walked down the stage, Yu Ruo specially walked over and said, Ling Xiao thought that he had changed, but he did not expect that this guy's next words immediately changed. Congratulations on advancing further into my death zone. Advance with all your might. I'll let you see what fear is. King, retard. Ling Xiao shook his head. He knew that Yu Ruo was powerful, and his cultivation method was extremely strange, but that was not a reason to be afraid, because he was stronger. Oh, by the way, a few rats asked me to help deal with you, and they gave me a good toy. I agreed. Yu Ruo suddenly said, Is it Qi Yuan? And the others? Ling Xiao instantly thought of those 3 people, Qi Yuan, Qi Hai, and Ape Demon. As referees, they naturally could not fight in person, but they could use all means at their disposal to deal with Ling Xiao. It was really too sinister. Why did you remind me? Ling Xiao was somewhat curious. Because I like to see my prey panicking. Yu Ruo laughed. What a pity, what you said did not cause me any fear. Ling Xiao shook his head and returned to his seat. He carefully watched the following battles. Of course, he focused on the battles between the Holy Sun, Yu Ruo, and Dong Wuxiu. Yu Ruo's battle was extremely strange and very evil. Sometimes his opponent clearly had the upper hand, but he could always suddenly reverse the situation and kill them. Sixth Holy Sun's battle was still very easy, and he could not see his true trump card. And until now, there was still no confrontation between the strong. The elimination round of 32 to 16 soon ended. Next was the elimination round of 16 to 8. Head referee, I have a suggestion. Before the competition started, the first judge suddenly spoke. The head referee he spoke of was Beast Tamer General. Say it. Beast Tamer General was still very respectful to this first judge. After all, even though the reputation of Disciplined Sacred City was destroyed, the reputation of the first judge was still very resounding. He was also very strong. Isn't this kind of battle a bit boring? why don't we draw lots for the round of 16 to 8? I think the audience should also feel very bored. The first judge's suggestion was actually very unreasonable. The Golden Battle was a huge matter that concerned whether the warriors could enter the Golden City. It was not a performance, but Beast Tamer General seemed to be somewhat bored and wanted to see more exciting battles. In addition, he also had the authority to make changes. So after thinking for a bit, he agreed. The authority of the second round has already been used, and it is not a loss for them to get into the top 10. How about this? The round of 16 to 8 will draw lots and choose your opponents. Beast Tamer General said, clearly, Chapter 44:31. Due to the Beast Tamer General changing the rules of the top 16, Ling Xiao's position advantage naturally did not exist. This made it very likely that Ling Xiao would face a strong opponent. But even so, Ling Xiao had nothing to worry about. The ones who were really worried were those who encountered him. After half an hour of rest, the drawing of lots began. According to the new rules, 2 people with the same number would encounter each other. Ling Xiao drew number 8, which happened to be the last number. At this time, he saw a sneer flash in Qi Yuan's eyes. He couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. This guy must be up to something again. But if he wanted to be a demon, so be it. Would he be afraid? At most, he would arrange for a guy to fight him. As for who this person would be, he didn't care, but he definitely wouldn't be a weakling. If he encountered him, he would definitely lose. According to the new rules, the top 3 martial artists would not be drawn against each other. This was probably to protect the so-called seeded contestants. And it was also a kind of compensation for the people who were at the top of the second round. In this way, Ling Xiao and Gao Shun's luck would be better. At least the 2 of them wouldn't have to fight, and they wouldn't have to fight the strongest Qi Xiao. Of course, this was only relatively good. After all, there were still strong people like Black Fong and Yu Ruo after the top 3. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. After the drawing of lots, Ling Xiao, Gao Shun, and Kill the Wolf stood together. Ling Xiao number 8, Gao Shun number 6, Kill the Wolf number 4. The 3 of them were no match for him, so they were relieved. If they encountered him in this elimination round, it would be a pity. After all, no matter who it was, there would always be one who would be eliminated. That was something none of them wanted to see. Even if they had to fight, they would have to fight in the top 10. After the drawing of lots, the Beast Tamer General stood up and didn't talk nonsense. He directly announced the start of the elimination round. 2 numbers won. Come on. Perhaps it was because of the change in the rules. This made the audience very excited. Everyone was looking forward to the showdown between the experts brought about by this change. If that was the case, the competition would be exciting. Ling Xiao looked at the arena. One of the numbers 1 was Lion Fearless. The other number 1 was an unfamiliar face, but Kill the Wolf seemed to know him. He's a martial artist from Saber Saint City. Kill the Wolf explained, and he's on good terms with me. Hearing Kill the Wolf's words, Ling Xiao was a little worried. Sha Palang was so close to Ling Xiao that any cultivator who was on good terms with him would probably be targeted by Lion Wuju, while Kill the Wolf was worried. Fearless Lion had an absolute advantage. The warriors of tyrannical Saber Sacred City were suppressed to the point that they had no power to fight back. However, that person was also a stubborn fellow, and he refused to admit defeat. In the end, his body was destroyed by Lion Fearless. Although he didn't die, his years of cultivation were in vain. Ling Xiao, he ended up like this because of you. Lion was not afraid of destroying the other party's physical body. He even deliberately looked at Ling Xiao and announced why he had done so. Lion Fearless, you seem to have forgotten that he's my junior brother. Kill the Wolf revealed a bloodthirsty look. Brother Ling, leave Lion Fearless life to me. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. He felt that Lion Fearless was really an idiot. In order to take revenge on him, he treated the martial artists of Saber Saint City so cruelly. What was the point of this to him? It would only anger Kill the Wolf. This idiot. Regardless of whether he was an idiot or not, the first top 10 was out. Next was number 2. There was also a familiar face. That was Qi Xiao. The other person was still an unfamiliar face. Facing her opponent, Qi Xiao defeated her opponent easily with a single move. She was blasted out of the arena. The third to advance was by Yun Rui. The fourth to advance was Kill the Wolf. The fifth to advance was Phoenix Voice. The sixth match was a little special. The two sides fighting were actually Gao Shen and Dong Bo Shiyu. After a bitter battle, Gao Shen won a Pyrrhic victory and successfully advanced. However, he was heavily injured. Ling Xiao hurriedly gave him a healing pill. Shiyu had already been taken away by the martial artists of her own Saint City to be treated. After all, there were still 2 resurrection spots left. Thus, they had to be prepared. The 7th match was another exciting one. The two sides fighting were actually Black Fong and Tian High Peak. Tian High Peak was ranked 6th among the top 10 Holy Sun. Black Fong was once ranked 10th, but now Black Fong's strength was clearly much stronger than before. Even Tian High Peak might not be able to win against him. The audience suddenly cheered, because the last 2 matches were actually a clash between 2 strong opponents. After the match between Black Fong and Tian High Peak, only 16 people remained. Of the 16 people, only 2 were left. One was Ling Xiao, and the other was Yu Ruo. Ling Xiao versus Yu Ruo. This was going to be a heavyweight match. Even before the final battle of the top 10, there was already such an exciting battle. It was really too shocking. Interesting. Qi Yuan's group of people is really good at arranging opponents. They actually arranged Yu Ruo to be my opponent. Indeed, Yu Ruo might not be as strong as Tian High Peak in terms of strength, but he has too many tricks up his sleeve. It is estimated that except for Qi Xiao and Ling Xiao, no one else can win against him. This is deliberately disgusting Ling Xiao. Maybe there is no need for the marrow extermination pill at all. In the arena, Tian High Peak and Black Fong were fighting fiercely. Below the arena, Qi Yuan and Qi Hai were discussing the next match. Yes, with Yu Ruo's strength, it may be easy to kill Ling Xiao. There is no need for something like the marrow extermination pill. Qi Hai nodded and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, the marrow extermination pill has been given to Yu Ruo. This is to be foolproof. If Yu Ruo really can't do it, as long as the marrow extermination pill can be used on Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao will also die." The ape demon showed a ferocious expression and sneered. While they were talking, the battle in the arena had entered a white-hot stage. Black Fong and Tian High Peak's strength were really on par. The two of them were locked in a fierce battle. Finally, after an hour, Black Fong relied on the special effect of the door of all evil and blasted Tian High Peak out of the arena. Damn, this guy is really difficult to deal with. Originally, this move Samsara was used to deal with Ling Xiao. I didn't expect to use it on this guy. Black Fong originally thought that he could look down on any one of the 10 Holy Sun because he was integrated with the door of all evil. But now it seemed that he was really wrong. Even if he defeated Tian High Peak, it was just a trick. Not to mention those who were stronger than Tian High Peak. It was really difficult to win. Looks like I still have to master that move. It's a move that's even more powerful than reincarnation. Black Fong gritted his teeth and walked out of the arena. The next battle was the battle between Ling Xiao and Yu Ruo. He wanted to watch carefully. No matter who won, he had to be careful. Chapter 44:32. Finally, The last round of the round of 16 began. Ling Xiao versus Yu Ruo. After the wonderful battle between He Emoya and Tian Haifeng, everyone was still in a state of excitement. This made them look forward to the next battle even more. Whether it was Ling Xiao or Yu Ruo, they were both genius martial artists who had recently risen to prominence. The battle between the two of them was still very exciting. In the arena, Yu Ruo looked at Ling Xiao and sighed softly. "I'm sorry. I wanted to kill you on the last stage. Unfortunately, I don't have the chance. Let's end it here. You killed the people of my holy city of the Netherworld. You won't complain if I kill you, right?" "If you really have that kind of ability," Ling Xiao said lightly. He couldn't figure out Yu Ruo, but he was confident that her strength was definitely not as good as his, so there was no problem in winning. The problem was how to win. As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already taken out the heavenly victory sword. Facing Yu Ruo, he couldn't be as relaxed as facing Qi Shiran before. This was the first expert he encountered in this golden battle, who was at the completion of the ultimate Dan realm. She was definitely not easy to deal with, although he wouldn't reveal all his strength. But here, he could reveal more. Yu Ruo was worthy of him doing so. The moment the heavenly victory sword was unsheathed, the sword intent in the entire arena soared. The audience felt as if they were being hung over by a sharp blade. That terrifying and sharp aura was suffocating. It seems to be his first time using his sword. That's right. It's said that Ling Xiao's most powerful sword technique is his sword technique. As for his fist technique, it's just auxiliary. It seems that he's going to use his real strength against Yu Ruo. Yeah. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the audience. Everyone was extremely excited. They could finally see Ling Xiao's sword technique. It would be very exciting. Interesting. You have a good eye. You know that I'm not comparable to those trash. For this reason, I can give you a quick death. Yu Ruo looked at Ling Xiao with contempt. He could tell that Ling Xiao's East Victory heavenly sword was no ordinary weapon, but he didn't care, because he believed in his own strength. With enough strength, one could control everything, no matter how strong the other party's weapon was. So what? Hee, you really think highly of yourself. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Let's do it. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Let me see if your strength is as powerful as your mouth." If Ling Xiao had encountered Yu Ruo before the second stage, he wouldn't have had the confidence to defeat her. But it was different now. He had broken through to the late heavenly core realm, and his combat strength was now enough to fight a perfect core warrior. Moreover, he had mastered many powerful martial skills. He was confident that he could defeat Yu Ruo. Yu Ruo looked at Ling Xiao. Looking at this confident young man, she felt very unhappy. She gently touched her storage ring. Inside the storage ring was the marrow-slaying pill. This pill could be converted into a special type of true yuan by using a special secret skill and injected into the opponent's body. The opponent wouldn't be able to notice this process. Even if the opponent was poisoned, it wouldn't take effect in a short period of time. It would just continue to weaken, and her meridians would become extremely weak. In the end, her inner core would shatter, and she would die. This was how terrifying this pill was. It wasn't that Yu Ruo didn't want to use it. She just didn't want to use it. She felt that she could defeat her opponent with her own strength, and there was no need for her to use this evil pill. But now he was really pissed off. She wanted to let her opponent taste the pain brought by the marrow-slaying pill. But she decided to fight first. She would save the marrow-slaying pill for the last moment. She would spare this kid's life, then use the pill to torture him. She would let him die in endless pain. That kind of feeling was pretty good. She loved torturing people. She loved torturing her enemies. Another secret skill activate. The Nether secret skill was the best cultivation technique in the Holy Nether City. It was a mid-level 10th Order Emperor-class cultivation technique. Only the Nether Holy Lord and Yu-Ruo had successfully cultivated it. Although this cultivation technique had 9 stages, and Yu-Ruo had only cultivated to the 6th stage, its power had already surpassed all low-level 10th Order Emperor-class cultivation techniques and martial skills. As the Nether secret skill was activated, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that he wasn't facing a human. Instead, he was facing an evil world filled with a gloomy and terrifying aura. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. Yu-Ruo dared to challenge Qi Xiao. It seemed like she had some weight. This guy's cultivation technique was a little special. He could actually communicate with a real small world. That small world continuously released a terrifying and gloomy death qi, which became his powerful backing. In other words, Ling Xiao's conceded advantage in the amount of true yuan lost completely in front of Yu-Ruo. Her true yuan might not be as good as his, but she could communicate with this small world and continuously create it. What a powerful secret skill. No wonder she's so conceited. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed excitement. If Yu-Ruo didn't have this ability, he really wouldn't be interested. Now, he could finally have a proper battle. He didn't have to worry about whether the other party had the strength to accept it. You've never seen the power to control a small world, right? Yu-Ruo looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. From the start, he was still showing off. It was as if she wouldn't feel comfortable if she didn't say it out loud. Are you trying to scare me with your **T? If that's the case, I advise you to give up. It's useless. Ling Xiao shook his head. All right, then let's start. Nether secret skill, small world's power. Following that, a cold voice came out from Yu-Ruo's mouth. In that instant, the audience seemed to see a piece of hell. The original battle stage had turned into a gloomy and terrifying graveyard. The aura of death constantly assaulted their faces. The timid warriors were so scared that they directly fainted. See, this is my power. How are you going to break it? Yu-Ruo looked at Ling Xiao and mocked. Your power? You just stole the power of the small world. What can you do without the channel of communication? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, I've already said it. Don't talk nonsense. Make your move. Hateful. Yu-Ruo had always wanted to see Ling Xiao's terrified and desperate expression. She hoped that Ling Xiao could kneel in front of her, in front of everyone, and bow his head to admit his mistake. That way, defeating Ling Xiao would be meaningful. But things didn't go as she wished. It seemed like there was nothing that could make Ling Xiao feel afraid. This person was simply a numb idiot. Forget it, ignorant worm. You can't understand my power, after all. Then I'll use him to kill you. Nether fist. With a cold shout, Yu-Ruo finally made her move. It was a fist. It was a very ordinary fist. At least, that was what it looked like. But Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of it, could see that this fist condensed the power of almost the entire small world and pounced on him with crazy power. The surrounding space even became dislocated because of this fist. Read. Chapter 44:33. Many people cried out in surprise, because they knew that they could do nothing in the face of this punch. Even if they wanted to hide, they didn't know where to hide. Resist. That was even more impossible. It was impossible to resist. There was only despair. They could only wait for death. They looked at Ling Xiao and wanted to know what Ling Xiao was going to do. If they couldn't dodge or resist, how could they survive? Unfortunately, they didn't know that Yu-Ruo just borrowed the power of a small world. However, Ling Xiao had the power of the entire universe of domination. His power of the small world was much stronger than Yu-Ruo's. In terms of the level of power, it was even ridiculously high. Fight! Ling Xiao roared. He stabbed out the Dongsheng sky sword in his hand. Residual blood. The sharp sword light tore the void apart. It hit the fist that condensed the power of the small world. Ridiculous! It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The warriors of the sacred Netherworld city mocked Ling Xiao, thinking that he was really an idiot. However, the next moment they were all dumbfounded, because it was the sword light that directly tore the fist that condensed the power of the small world. The sword light didn't shatter because of this. Instead, it pounced on Yuruo and left a terrible wound on Yuruo's cheek. Even though Yuruo had managed to avoid the fatal blow, but this kind of humiliation was unbearable for him. He had just said that he could defeat Ling Xiao, as if he was so unfathomable. But when they fought, he lost to Ling Xiao with what he was best at. This was really ridiculous. You're courting death. Yuruo touched the wound on her cheek. Her hands suddenly turned into claws, and her body pounced on Ling Xiao like a ghost. The gloomy and terrifying aura became more intense. In the process of flying, Yuruo seemed to have turned into a terrible ghost. Ordinary warriors would be scared out of their wits at a glance. Ling Xiao just smiled. Without the help of the small world, you're nothing to worry about. Escape light. The East Victory, heavenly sword in his hand, trembled slightly. In the next moment, the sword light pierced Yuruo's throat. If Yuruo was just an ordinary warrior, she would have been dead by now. She was only able to fight back because she was a divine core warrior. Although his throat had been pierced, it was only a serious injury. His body fell onto the arena. It was his body that was injured. But the most painful thing was his heart. Previously, he had been too arrogant. The moment he was defeated, he had also been in too much despair. Sigh, Yuruo has met your nemesis. Dark Nether Saint Lord sighed. He understood the situation very well. Yuruo was not weak. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to block the power of the small world, let alone cut off the connection between Yuruo and the small world. But Ling Xiao did it. It seemed like this Ling Xiao's control of the spatial laws was much stronger than Yuruo's. He didn't look like a young man in his late teens. If it wasn't Ling Xiao, but someone else, Yuruo wouldn't have been defeated so badly. But there were no ifs in this world. General Beast Tamer and Saint Lord Scarlet's son were staring at Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao possessed a frightening spatial law from the beast god. They could feel it. How could this be? The rest of the audience couldn't understand what was happening. Why did Ling Xiao defeat Yuruo so easily? It was as if Yuruo had gone easy on him. But what they didn't know was that Yuruo was in a daze as well. The strength he was so proud of couldn't be used at all. This was really depressing. He stood up and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. Even though he was severely injured, he had only used up some of his true origin. It wasn't enough to weaken his combat strength. You should know that I can cut off your connection with the small world. If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve, you'll lose. Ling Xiao said coldly. Yuruo looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Her eyes were almost spitting fire. Good. Very good. I'll tell you now. The small world's power is just a shortcut that I've just discovered. I have to thank you for letting me see the drawbacks of this power. What doesn't belong to me isn't me. Release it, limitless martial soul. Yuruo wasn't defeated by Ling Xiao. Even if he couldn't use the small world's power, he still had other powers that he could use. That was his martial soul. Limitless martial soul was released. The surrounding scene instantly turned into limitless martial soul. The small world that had lost connection was reconnected. Yuruo looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "The real battle begins now." Ling Xiao shook his head. "You still don't get it. Forget it. Let me defeat you completely. Hellhound Beast Soul Transformation. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, his transformation also ended. This time, he used the Hellhound Beast Soul Transformation. He could control the power of hell. He could control the power of lava. Scorching hell. Lava spewed out of the arena. Everything was engulfed in scorching heat. Yu Ruo felt as if she was about to melt. I didn't expect you to also have this power. The power to communicate with the dead. Yu Ruo was a little surprised. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Instead, he attacked. Flight light. A sword light appeared and hit Yu Ruo the next moment. It was so fast that even Divine Body Realm martial artists couldn't see it clearly. However, when they looked at Yu Ruo, they realized that Yu Ruo's body was protected by a dark green human skeleton. The dark green human skeleton was about 8 meters tall. It was like a giant. Not only was its defense strong, but it also had a terrifying attack power. From this moment on, you can't hurt me at all. Kill. Yu Ruo attacked again. The huge dark green human skeleton charged toward Ling Xiao. It waved a saber that was burning with ghost fire. Before the saber landed, a huge crack appeared on the arena. It was actually cut by the saber aura. Ling Xiao closed his eyes. The East Victory Sky Sword in his hand emitted a blood-red glow. It's time to end this. Secret Sword Technique, Third Sword. Ultimate Sword, Blood Grinding. This was the last of the 3 sword techniques that Ling Xiao obtained in the first stage. It was also the most powerful one. Critical Blood. Blood Drinking. Demon Blood. Not only did Demon Blood have the effects of the first 2 moves, but it could also form a terrifying blood demon. It would directly attack the enemy. Using this move in the scorching hell would cause the lava to erupt crazily. It would be even more powerful. The blood demon itself would also have a burning effect. It would catch the enemy off guard. In the next moment, Yu Ruo's attack had already arrived. However, demon blood was released at the same time. In the void, the huge blood devil opened its bloody maw and bit down on the dark green human skeleton. Yu Ruo let out a hysterical scream and howled in horror. It was so scary. At that moment, Yu Ruo felt that the Ling Xiao in front of him was simply unbeatable. In front of Ling Xiao, he was just like a pitiful worm. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't avoid death in the end. This is impossible. How can he be so strong? How can he completely suppress me? Who is he? Who is he? At that moment, Yu Ruo couldn't even believe Ling Xiao's identity. He must be an old monster. End of chapter. Chapter 44-34. The moment the jade fire skeleton fell apart, Yu Ruo's self-esteem and confidence were completely torn apart. A deep malice burned from the bottom of his heart. Marrow extermination pill. This was something he disdained to use before, but at this moment, it had become the thing he wanted to use the most. He wanted to use this to kill Ling Xiao. Go to hell. He wanted to defend his own honor and dignity. What he didn't know was that his actions had instead reflected his own weakness and incompetence. In front of him, Ling Xiao was almost invincible. He could only use despicable means to win. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. I will definitely make you regret this. Netherworld Spider Web. With a furious roar, Yu Ruo unleashed her most powerful martial skill at the moment. It was also the only martial skill that had reached 10th Order Emperor Realm. Netherworld Spiderweb. This was also the most powerful offensive ability among the Netherworld secret techniques. Using this move meant that he was going to fight with his life on the line. Seeing Yu Ruo's crazed appearance, Qi Yuan, Qi Hai, and the ape demon laughed. Only Tian Haitang frowned. These 4 young cultivators from the 3,000 holy cities had different thoughts because of the different environment. I didn't expect Yu Ruo to be restrained by Ling Xiao. He can't display his strength at all. Chi gritted his teeth and said, "That Ling Xiao really has some tricks up his sleeve. What are you afraid of?" Chi Yuan said coldly, "This is actually better. At this point, Yu Ruo will definitely use the marrow extermination pill. Ling Xiao will only die more miserably." "That's right. If that Ling Xiao obediently lets Yu Ruo kill him, it will be the best relief. Unfortunately, he won't have that chance." The ape demons sneered. However, they didn't know that Ling Xiao had already guessed some clues from Yu Ruo's words. In addition, he smelled the scent of the marrow extermination pill from Yu Ruo's body. This made Ling Xiao extremely vigilant. At this moment, Yu Ruo did not think too much about it. Right now, all he wanted was for Ling Xiao to die. He was determined to use the marrow extermination pill. He knew nothing about Ling Xiao's vigilance. Ling Xiao stared at Yu Ruo. There was no hint of emotion on his cold face. However, the Taiji eye was already fully opened. Strange runes flashed in his left eye. I see. The Tai Chi eye was indeed the divine eye that had accompanied Ling Xiao until now. As expected of the derivative ability of the tyrant martial spirit, she quickly saw through Yu Ruo's plan. Marrow extermination pill. In the end, you still want to use this thing against me? His lips curled into a cold smile. The moment he saw the marrow extermination pill, a cold, murderous intent arose in his heart. At this moment, the person he hated the most was not Yu Ruo, but Chi Yuan, Chi Hai, and the ape demon on the judges' seats. Yu Ruo was just an idiot who was being used by others, an arrogant idiot. The real masterminds were those three people. The marrow extermination pill turned into liquid and was released along the nether spider web. This nether spider web covered the entire arena, and it was shrinking rapidly. Ling Xiao could not avoid it at all. Once he touched the nether spider web, the liquid would instantly invade his body. Even if it was just a little bit, it would have an extremely terrifying effect. It was impossible to guard against. As long as it was a warrior below the extreme realm of Dan, there was no way. Even a warrior in the shattered core realm would be seriously injured. Even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. What an insidious thing! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. Originally, he only hated those three people, but now he had a strong, murderous intent. Of course, before the golden battle ended, he would not kill those three people. It was better to get rid of Yu Ruo first. After all, even if Yu Ruo was a tool, she was a tool that was willing to be used. Moreover, she was a tool that wanted to kill him. The nether spider web continued to shrink rapidly. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. It seemed that he had to use some special methods. King Kong ape beast soul, King Kong indestructible, water and fire resistance. If he wanted to kill his opponent, he had to learn how to protect himself first. A spherical elemental protective wall and a golden defensive wall appeared at the same time. They blocked the nether spider web. The nether spider web stopped shrinking, but if one looked carefully, they would find that both water and fire resistance and King Kong indestructible could only temporarily resist the corrosion of the nether spider web. At most, the defense would fail in 1 or 2 minutes. If he could not think of a way to deal with it during this time, Ling Xiao would be seriously injured even if he did not die. If Yu Ruo sneak attacked again, it would be even more depressing. Yu Ruo wanted to kill Ling Xiao like crazy, not only because Ling Xiao had killed many warriors of the sacred Netherworld City that night. He had ruined the sacred Netherworld City's plan. It was also because Ling Xiao had humiliated him. He had embarrassed him. Generally, these so-called geniuses and experts had a smooth journey of development until now. It was unbearable to experience a little setback. Therefore, it was not hard to imagine why he wanted to kill Ling Xiao so badly. He had used a special method to turn the marrow extermination pill into liquid. As long as a drop of it came into contact with his opponent's body, Ling Xiao would not be able to avoid the fate of being killed. Not to mention the golden battle this time. He was afraid that this person would be completely erased from this world. Die! The crazy roar sounded again. As if he could see Ling Xiao's painful appearance, Yu Ruo felt a kind of abnormal pleasure that he had never felt before. Another 10th level emperor level martial skill. It seems that Yu Ruo was regarded as the most powerful competitor for the 10th Holy Sun. It seems that it was not wrong. The crowd kept sighing. Ling Xiao encountered Yu Ruo, which was really a depressing thing. He had already done a good job, but he could not win. This kind of feeling was really sullen. He was helpless. Ling Xiao, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. When you die, remember that it was me, Yu Ruo, who killed you. Our sacred netherworld city is definitely not something an ant like you can offend. He seemed to have forgotten how he was defeated by Ling Xiao before. After Yu Ruo had the marrow extermination pill, he had an inexplicable excitement. Crack! The elemental protective wall shattered. The netherworld spiderweb shrank further. Ling Xiao had no room to escape. He was trapped in a narrow area. Unless a miracle appeared, there was no way he could escape. Ha ha ha, you have no other way. You are finished. You can't resist the power of the marrow extermination pill. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Yu Ruo did not even hide it. He told him about the marrow extermination pill. Of course, only he and Ling Xiao heard this. No one else could hear it. No matter how crazy Yu Ruo was, he was not crazy to that extent. If the beast tamer general knew that he had used such a despicable method, he was afraid that there would be trouble. Although he might not care, he could not take the risk. Crack! The invincible Vajra protective wall also cracked and was about to shatter in the next moment. Chapter 44-35. Qi Yuan finally showed a relaxed expression. His cold face revealed a proud expression. Ling Xiao, Battle Alliance's great sacred lord, you still can't stop our methods. Qi Yuan didn't feel ashamed of this. Instead, he felt proud. It was obvious how sacred Lord Qiang taught him. No wonder this kind of person couldn't achieve anything. After coming to the Golden City, he became a commoner. This kind of education was probably the biggest culprit. That's right. This is the result of offending us. A mere disciple of the 3,000 sacred cities dares to not take the 3 envoys sent by the Golden City seriously? Extremely arrogant. So he deserves to die. If he dies, this world will be peaceful. Qihai said fiercely. The ape demon's words were even more direct. The existence of this kind of person is a mistake. Only his death will be the fortune of this world. Hearing these 3 people, Tian Haikang shook her head lightly. Ling Xiao, it's your misfortune to be targeted by these 3 people. You shouldn't be that bad, right? Tian Haikang didn't know if Ling Xiao could avoid this disaster. It was just that she didn't like these kinds of tricks, so she supported Ling Xiao. In fact, they all underestimated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had never shown his true strength since the start of the Golden City battle, because no one had the qualifications to do so. This time, he wasn't very worried about the marrow exterminating pill. Since it's like this, I'll let you lose completely. What he wanted to do wasn't something skillful. It was a confrontation of strength. In the end, the nether spider web was a martial skill. The liquid from the marrow exterminating pill on, it was just an addition. As long as he could destroy the nether spider web, it would help him solve the problem. 12 divine beast technique, 7th level. Blood sky drilling rat. 9 heavens frost dragon. Flying flame lion. Shining holy light tiger. One-eyed thunderstorm bull. Death kingdom black demon snake. Hell ghost rabbit. 7 beast gods appeared at the same time, forming a shocking scene behind Ling Xiao. That tall and mighty body was either callous, fierce, icy, or majestic. Just his aura was enough to shut many people's mouths. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. What kind of martial skill is that? Qi Yuan stood up in fear and greed. With such a powerful aura, he was certain that Ling Xiao was using a 10th level emperor grade martial skill. However, no one knew to what extent it had reached the 10th level of the emperor grade martial skill. However, this power was indeed extremely terrifying. What's the situation? Does Fighting Soul's Sacred City have such a martial skill? Not to mention Fighting Soul's Sacred City, even the Exchange District doesn't have this kind of martial skill. The beast-taming general looked at Ling Xiao with surprise and fondness in his eyes. No wonder the Flame Emperor liked this kid. Even if he had seen Ling Xiao display such a martial skill, he would still be in love with it. It wasn't because of how powerful this martial technique was. Most importantly, he could smell the aura of the beast god from this martial skill. He knew very well how high the status of the beast god was in the Black Tortoise continent. It's over. The corners of Ancestor's scarlet flame's mouth curled up into a smile. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying roar sounded. The nether spiderweb was completely shattered. Countless liquids flew out and shot onto Yurua's body. Yurua rolled on the ground in fear. Antidote. Chihai, give me the antidote. Yurua knew what this marrow extermination pill liquid meant. Once it invaded the body, unless there was an antidote, otherwise it would be over. However, Chihai didn't even look at her. His eyes were filled with indifference. It was just a relationship of mutual benefit. How could Chihai care about Yurua's life and death? He didn't care. Ling Xiao couldn't care less. He stood on the arena and watched Yurua's body twist crazily in pain. However, no one dared to go up. Even the Nether Saint Lord didn't dare to approach. Whoever touched the terrifying marrow extermination pill liquid would be unlucky. There was no doubt about that. Disciple, that's a good thing. This marrow extermination pill used a 9th level demonic beast of the Shattered Core realm, Black Hell Marrow Extermination Dog. With it, you can not only improve the strength of the Divine Dog Beast soul, you also have the 9th material of the 12 Divine Beasts technique. The voice of a Yuan venerate suddenly rang out. This reminded Ling Xiao. He hurriedly went over and released the 3-headed hellhound beast soul to completely devour the liquid. After absorbing the liquid, the 3-headed hellhound began to evolve. Finally, it evolved into the Black Hell Marrow Extermination Dog. What is he doing? Is he trying to save you, Ruo? He's crazy. Many people couldn't understand Ling Xiao's approach. In the face of that terrifying liquid, most people frantically avoided it. But this guy was still moving forward. Didn't he know that you, Ruo, wanted this liquid to kill him? Don't think that I will thank you for saving me. If I have to kill you, I will still kill you. Ruo recovered from her miserable howl and said coldly, I know. Ling Xiao nodded and said, therefore you still have to die. He hadn't intended to save you, Ruo, in the first place. The reason he had absorbed the liquid was just to obtain the power of the Black Hell Marrow Exterminating Hound. Now that he had succeeded, it was time for you, Ruo, to die. A faint smile appeared on his face. Ling Xiao suddenly slammed his palm down. Ruo was still in a daze when Ling Xiao smashed her into meat paste. Her inner core also shattered at the same time. This scene left the audience dumbfounded. What was going on? Saving someone and then killing them? Even Qi Yuan, Chihai, and the demonic ape were dumbfounded, let alone the people from the Battle Alliance. Wasn't Ling Xiao afraid of the marrow exterminating elixir? This didn't make sense. Judge Qi Yuan, Qi Hai, demonic ape, I have to thank you for the marrow exterminating elixir. If I had known that this thing was so good, I would have accepted it last night. Ling Xiao said this in front of everyone. This caused the expressions of the three people to change drastically. The beast-controlling general's face also darkened. These judges under him had created scandals time and time again. If this matter spread to the Golden City, although he didn't know about it, he didn't participate. But there was also a lack of supervision. Head judge, don't listen to Ling Xiao's side of the story. Qi Yuan saw the change in the beast-controlling general's expression and hurriedly said, General, I really don't have any evidence, but you should know what the marrow exterminating elixir is. The 3,000 sacred city doesn't have such a treasure. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't intend to let the beast-controlling general do anything to the three people. It would be interesting if he took revenge himself. Only those who didn't have the strength to take revenge would place their hopes on others. He didn't need to. The beast-controlling general wasn't stupid. He glanced coldly at Qi Yuan, Qi Hai, and the demonic ape. Although he didn't say anything, he definitely wouldn't let the three people mess around in the next round. Otherwise, Huang Jinzhan's selection of talents for Golden City would become meaningless. Mobile version update website. Chapter 44:36. Looking at Ling Xiao walking down from the arena, the crowd had a special thought. They originally thought that Ling Xiao could barely compete for a spot in the top 10. But now, they felt that with Ling Xiao's strength, it was not impossible for him to compete for a spot in the top 6. Of course, more importantly, they did not know if this guy had used his full strength. Looking at the process of him killing Yu Ruo, it seemed that he had used his full strength. But who could be sure? Congratulations to Ling Xiao for obtaining the 8th spot in the top 10. Other than that, after the unanimous decision of the referees, Dong Bo Xiuyu and Tian Hai Peak have been revived. They have entered the top 10. Now, the top 10 spots have been decided. Let us look forward to the next battle of the top 10. You will all see the most exciting battles. Following General Beast Tamer's words, the whole audience cheered. The 2 elimination rounds were already so exciting. In the final battle of the top 10, almost every battle would be a battle between 2 strong opponents. The level of excitement would be many times more exciting than the previous battles. How could they not be excited? But at this moment, there were some who were not so excited. The people from Scarlet Sun Sacred City, Sin Sacred City, Netherworld Sacred City, and Divine Sword Sacred City looked at Ling Xiao with bone-chilling hatred in their eyes. Ling Xiao's strength was indeed beyond their expectations. He could even defeat Yu Ruo. But even so, it was impossible for them to feel fear. The battle of the top 10 will begin tomorrow. Everyone can go back and rest. During this period, it is best not to waste time playing any tricks. Put all your energy into the battle. Finishing his words, General Beast Tamer left again. The battle of the top 10 was special. Naturally, it would be held on another day, even though there was still a long time before the sky turned dark. This time, because the rest time was shorter, the people who came to Divine Martial Sacred City did not leave. Instead, they stayed in Divine Martial Sacred City to rest. When they left, the most discussed topic was the name Ling Xiao. In the consecutive battles, the person with the most stunning performance was this person. From the first round to the top 16, he had displayed his most terrifying strength, his most powerful potential. However, being the center of attention was not necessarily a good thing. After today, many people were watching the video of the battle between Ling Xiao and Yu Ruo over and over again. He hoped that he could find a way to deal with Ling Xiao. Some were shocked, some sneered, and some were even gloating. It was not a good thing to expose one's trump card too early. Almost everyone felt that the seventh layer of the 12 Divine Beasts technique was Ling Xiao's most powerful attack. He wondered what kind of expression they would have after witnessing the void, shattering finger, and cosmic light, godly fist. As for Yu Ruo's death, other than the people of the holy city of the Netherworld, no one paid any attention to it. Losers don't deserve sympathy or attention. This was reality. In the temporary residence of Scarlet Sun Sacred City, Qi Xiao, Qi Yuan, and Qi Hai sat together. After watching today's battle, do you still have confidence? Qi Xiao. Sacred leader Qi Yang looked at the three of them and finally fixed his gaze on Qi Xiao. He sighed and asked. Ling Xiao's performance was really beyond his expectations. He really didn't know if his son, Qi Xiao, had the confidence to win. Buzz. Qi Xiao didn't say anything. A core fragmentation, realm aura, was released from his body. His strength was his best answer. You actually broke through? When did this happen? Sacred leader Qi Yang was pleasantly surprised. I just broke through a few days ago. I originally planned to use it to deal with Kill the Wolf, but now it seems that Ling Xiao is worthy of my full strength. His martial skills are very strong, but they are nothing in front of great strength. Qi Xiao said lightly, although he was a little surprised that Ling Xiao had defeated Yu Ruo. That was all. He could easily defeat Yu Ruo. After all, Yu Ruo's weakness was too obvious. That's great. With your words, I'm relieved. At the same time, in the temporary residence of the holy city of Sin, Black Fong locked himself in a secret room by himself. He looked coldly at the puppet in front of him. The puppet looked exactly the same as Ling Xiao, but its body had been torn apart. Its arms and legs were hanging there. The ground was also a mess. It was obvious that Black Fong had just vented his anger. Why? Didn't you say it before? As long as I get your power, I can easily defeat Ling Xiao. But you saw the battle today. It's hopeless. No matter which of us controls the body, we can't be his match. Impossible. In the secret room, there was only one person. The way he howled at the air was very frightening. Nothing is impossible. If you want to defeat him, then give me more of your body. I can help you kill him. The door of all evil said coldly, Shut up. You just want my body. Do you think I'm a fool? Black Fong roared. That's right. That's what I meant. But even if I get your body, it's just our souls fusing together. It's not about who will occupy who. Moreover, Ling Xiao has the beast god martial spirit. He's the chosen one in the black tortoise continent. If you don't kill him now, you'll never have the chance. As his strength increases, no one in the 4 regions and 9 worlds will be his match. With his vengeful personality, not only will he kill you, but he'll also flatten the entire holy city of Sin. Think about it carefully. The door of all evil wasn't exaggerating. He could feel the terrifying potential in Ling Xiao. If he didn't deal with it properly, he would be in big trouble. No way. He's really that terrifying. Although Black Fong knew that Ling Xiao was very powerful, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so terrifying. It was really too surprising. I believe you've noticed it too. Every time you think he's going to lose, he's always able to turn the situation around, turning danger into safety. His strength will also increase. People like him have the protection of the heavens. If you don't kill him now, you won't have the chance to kill him in the future. That's right. You're right. Tell me what to do. Black Fong was very confident that he could kill Ling Xiao. However, after Ling Xiao defeated Yu Ruo, his confidence disappeared. Now he needed more power. That's right. You and I are now a community that shares weal and woe. If you're good, I'm good. If you're not good, I'm not good either. Why would I treat you unfairly? The door of all evil side. You don't know who this old man is. If you did, you'd probably want to take me as your master. Although I know half of your words are lies, I'll listen to you. In order to kill Ling Xiao, I'll listen to you. Black Fong hated Ling Xiao to the core. It was a perverted hatred. He hated him so much that he didn't even care about his own life. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he was willing to give up his soul and body. He was even willing to gift them to others, not to mention that he was just fusing with them. Read. Chapter 44:37. Kid, you'll be glad for your choice. Don't worry, I'll help you kill that Ling Xiao. The door of all evil also didn't want a monster like Ling Xiao to appear. Otherwise, the day he was resurrected, he would most likely encounter a powerful attack. He would not be happy if that happened. The people from the sacred Netherworld City and the divine sword Sacred City gathered together. The sacred lord of the Netherworld and the sacred lord of the sword Sacred Lord were transferring power to a young man. Yu Ruo had been killed, and so had the seated contestant from the divine sword Sacred City. The remaining young man, Bai Yunrui, was not as strong as Yu Ruo. He was no match for Ling Xiao. However, they really hoped that Bai Yunrui could kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, the two of them worked together to transfer power to Bai Yunrui, forcibly increasing his cultivation. They did not even hesitate to sacrifice their own cultivation. They had thought about this carefully. They could not do it themselves. Ancestor Scarlet Flame and the others were there to stop them. Therefore, it was better to sacrifice a little instead of letting Ling Xiao go. They could nurture Bai Yunrui. Something was happening in Lion Fearless temporary residence in the beast-taming Sacred City. Sacred Lord, please give me the Lion Tiger Sacred Seal. Lion Fearless wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, he knew that with his current strength, he was not confident. Therefore, he needed the Lion Tiger Sacred Seal. The Golden Battle did not stipulate that talismans, seals, or puppets could not be used. Therefore, a puppet seal like the Lion Tiger Saint Seal became extremely important. You should know that with your cultivation, if you don't control it well, the Lion Tiger Sacred Seal will backfire on you. The beast-taming Sacred Lord frowned. Although the beast-taming general was also from the beast-taming Sacred City, that was a long time ago. The relationship between the beast-taming Sacred City and the beast-taming general had become much weaker. It was impossible to get the beast-taming general to help them cheat. Only the Lion-Tiger Sacred Seal could have some effect. However, powerful talismans, seals, and puppets required great strength to control. If they could not control them, they would hurt themselves. It wasn't that he was unwilling to give the item to Lion Fearless, but he was worried that something might go wrong. Holy Master, are you just going to watch me get killed by that Ling Xiao? As long as you meet him, he will definitely not show any mercy. Lion Fearless added, Forget it. Since you're so eager, I'll give it to you. In the following period of time, you need to make the best use of the time to familiarize yourself with the usage of the Lion Tiger Saint Seal. But remember, with your strength, you can only use it once a day. Remember not to abuse it. In the end, Beast Tamer Holy Lord couldn't resist Lion Fearless' request, and had no choice but to agree. Shenwu Sacred City, Ling Xiao's residence. He didn't cultivate. Instead, he sat there, drinking wine and resting. This kind of leisurely life was actually not very common. He spent most of his time cultivating with all his might, because if you don't cultivate, others will surpass you and step on you. When it came to martial arts, if one did not advance, they would regress. Great Holy Master, I'm afraid many people are now thinking of how to deal with you. The attack you used on Yu Ruo was too shocking. I'm afraid they'll be prepared again. Jiangnan looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. She didn't have much confidence in the top 10 competition that would begin tomorrow. All right, we're already at this stage. What's there to worry about? If they're prepared, do you think I'm not? I can't say anything else, but I can tell you that I haven't shown my true trump card yet. You'll know when the time comes. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Nan was stunned for a moment. She immediately recalled what had happened in the past. It seemed that every time she thought she was in danger, it wasn't a danger to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could easily deal with it. Since that was the case, what was there to worry about? It's good that you're confident. After the battle ends tomorrow, I'll return to Golden City and pave the way for you, Green Lotus Swordswoman said. There's no need to rush. Before going to Golden City, I want to go to another place. Ling Xiao had already thought about it. He wanted to go to Golden City, but he wanted to go to Chaotic Sand Sea even more. Moreover, even if he really obtained the qualifications to become a disciple of Golden City, it would take at least a month before he could officially go to Golden City. Instead of being idle during this period of time, he might as well go to Chaotic Sand Sea and explore. Even if he couldn't get anything, it would be good to get acquainted. After familiarizing himself with the situation there, he would have more experience going there in the future. What are you going to Chaotic Sand Sea for? Ancestor Scarlet Flame was surprised. I just have something to do, Ling Xiao said with a smile. There were some things that Ling Xiao didn't want to say even to Ancestor Scarlet Flame and the others. The walls have ears. If the news were to leak, it would be very troublesome. Let's go with you, Xiao Fengyin said. No need. A small sapling that is always protected by a big tree can't grow up. Let me go by myself. Don't worry, I can't do anything else, but my escaping ability is very strong. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I'll have to trouble the three of you to help me guard the Battle Alliance. Since the Battle Alliance has been established, I don't want it to disband because of my departure. That's not a problem. The three of them looked at Ling Xiao. Sometimes they felt that this young man was really too opinionated and too strong. Actually, it wasn't impossible to be weak sometimes. Thus, the night was silent. On the second day, the top 10 competition finally began. Divine Martial Sacred City became more lively than before. Ling Xiao and the other contestants all went to the top 10 arena. Considering that the top 10 martial artists were relatively strong, the arena was designed to be more sturdy and durable. In order to prevent people from interfering with the battle, the arena was surrounded by a layer of light wall. Even a divine physique realm martial artist wouldn't be able to easily destroy it. As for the inside of the arena, in order to prevent precious talents from being killed, a surrender procedure was set up. As long as a martial artist publicly announced his surrender, the surrender procedure would be activated. The martial artist would be automatically teleported out. Near the arena was the ranking jade wall. Currently, the contestants were arranged according to the number on their number plates. Ling Xiao, Gao Shun, Qi Xiao, Black Feng, Kill the Wolf, Lion Fearless by Yun Rui, Fengmin, Tianhai Peak, Dongbo Xiuyu. Among the 10 contestants, none of them were weak. Thus, today's battle was bound to be extremely exciting. The current ranking didn't count. Everyone's starting points were 0. Winning a battle gave them 1 point. Drawing didn't give them any points. And losing 1 point deducted. Therefore, the ranking jade wall would change after every battle of the top 10. The final ranking was the ranking of the top 10 Holy Sun, and the person who could successfully enter the Golden City would be chosen from these 10 people. In terms of the number of supporters and hatred, Ling Xiao was probably the most out of all the contestants. Thus, when he appeared, the scene immediately became chaotic. Some people didn't want him to win no matter what, and some people fervently hoped that he would win. Both on and off the arena were competing with each other. Before the battle of the top 10 started, Qi Yuan briefly introduced each contestant's name and information. When he read Ling Zhao's name, the unhappiness and anger in Qi Yuan's voice could be clearly heard. Read. Chapter 44:38. No matter how dissatisfied and angry Qi Yuan was, it was useless. He did not only have to introduce Ling Zhao, he had to do it in a grand manner, because he was the biggest dark horse in this golden battle and also the most dazzling star. After the introduction, beast-taming general personally announced the rules of the top 10 competition. The rules are very simple. Points and elimination system. The so-called elimination means death. As for the points, we have already talked about it before. 1 point for a win and no points for a draw. 1 point will be deducted for a loss. The points will be recorded under the supervision of the referees. It is not something that a single person or a few people can casually cheat. Other than that, for the sake of fairness, this general will personally be responsible for the drawing of lots for the battles. Scarlet Sun Sacred Master, Sky Sea Sacred Master, Sin Sacred Master, Forefather Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and General Zhao Fengyun will be responsible for supervising. Hearing beast-taming general say this, Qi Yuan and the others knew that it was impossible for them to cheat in the drawing of lots. They could only rely on the heavens. In any case, everyone could meet in the final battle for points. It was just a matter of whether it was earlier or later. Let's not speak any more nonsense. The importance of the top 10 competition is something that all of you know. Now, we will begin the drawing of the 2 people for the first battle. Let's invite the supervisors to the stage. Beast-taming general waited for a moment. After the supervisors arrived, he began the drawing of lots. The first battle, Dongbo Xiaoyu against Tian High Peak. Hearing this battle, Xiaoyu revealed a bitter expression. Actually, the one she wanted to fight was still Gao Shun. Even though she lost to Gao Shun in the elimination battle, it was only a single move, no, half a move. But facing Tian High Peak, she did not have much confidence. Indeed, she was very strong. But there was not a single weakling in the top 10. She only had a certain amount of confidence in facing Gao Shun. As for the others, she did not have any methods to deal with them. Even so, Xiaoyu still fought with her life on the line. Her current goal was to get a single point. As for maintaining her 7th position, she did not even need to think about it. It's a pity that her strength was there. Tian High Peak was not a weakling either. After 50 rounds of bitter fighting, Xiaoyu lost. On the jade wall, her points turned negative and were displayed in black. The positive split was shown in red. Tian High Peak won and got 1 point, smoothly taking first place. Dongbo Xiaoyu was ranked 10th. Draw lots for the second round. After the first match, the Beast Tamer General began to draw lots. He took out 2 pieces of paper with names on them. It was publicly announced. The piece of paper was sealed with a wax pellet and had an incantation on it. Martial artists were also unable to see through what was inside. Ling Zhao versus Phoenix Voice. Is it my turn already? Ling Zhao stood up. This opponent was beyond his expectations. Phoenix Voice was ranked 5th among the 10 Holy Sun and was considered quite powerful. As long as Ling Zhao could defeat her, he would be able to enter the City of Gold. After all, Feng Yin had been ranked 5th for 9 years. This was the 10th year. Feng Yin's expression didn't look too good. How could she be happy when she encountered Ling Zhao right off the bat? Please advise me. Ling Zhao cupped his hands at Feng Yin. Please. Feng Yin nodded and also cupped her hands. The 2 of them didn't have any grudges. Thus, they were quite polite. Following the referee's order, the battle began. Feng Yin was very strong. She immediately launched a fierce attack. Especially that special ability of hers, The 8 Phoenix cry melodies was simply too powerful. A roar could actually cause people's consciousness to become blurry. If it were any other opponent, they would most likely be afraid. But Feng Yin met Ling Xiao. It was truly a pity. Ling Xiao's soul force was so strong that her 8 Phoenix cry melodies couldn't deal with it. After 10 moves, Feng Yin had no choice but to admit defeat. Ling Xiao had already shown mercy. If she didn't know what was good for her, it wouldn't be good for her. I've lost. Feng Yin sighed. Her body became blurry as she was sent out of the arena. This was the surrender procedure. So formidable. He is indeed worthy of being the great sacred master of our battle alliance. Feng Yin, ranked 5th among the 10 Holy Sun, was defeated by him in 10 moves. He is unparalleled. Everyone in the battle alliance was very excited because defeating Feng Yin meant that Ling Xiao had the qualifications to enter the Golden City. Of course, it was only the qualifications. Whether he could really enter or not depended on his performance. The better he performed, the greater his chances. Moreover, he couldn't die. Thank you. Below the arena, Feng Yin looked at Ling Xiao and thanked him. She knew very well that if Ling Xiao really wanted to hurt her, she wouldn't be able to stop him. She wouldn't be able to fight the rest of the battle. Humph, I'll let you be smug for now. Black Feng's eyes emitted a black light, just like the eyes of a devil. Now, he had absolute confidence that he could tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Ling Xiao glanced at Black Feng and sighed softly. He could feel that Black Demon Feng's consciousness was down to the very last bit. In order to kill him, he had gone to this extent. This guy was really going all out. This was the so-called pitiful and hateful. Following Ling Xiao's victory, he received 1 point and was temporarily ranked behind Tian High Peak. After all, there was an order. The third battle, Gao Shen against Qi Xiao. Hearing the names of these 2 people, Ling Xiao's expression changed. Gao Shen was too unlucky. Originally, he was the weakest among the 10 people. The only one who could win was Dong Bo Xiuyu. The other opponents were all stronger than him, but he still met the most terrifying Qi Xiao. This was really incomparably bad luck. Ling Xiao really broke out in a cold sweat for him. This Qi Xiao was a gloomy person. She didn't speak much, but her actions were extremely ruthless. Compared to Black Feng and Yu Ruo, she was even more terrifying. Moreover, the most helpless thing was that Gao Shen had now joined Fighting Soul Sacred City and had an extremely good relationship with Ling Xiao. Qi Xiao would definitely give Gao Shen special treatment because of this matter. That would be troublesome. Why don't we just forfeit this battle? Ling Xiao looked at Gao Shen and said he believed that this was the safest way. If they had to fight, then Gao Shen would definitely be ruthlessly dealt with by Qi Xiao. Don't worry. When the time comes, I will choose to surrender. Gao Shen still wanted to try. Although he knew that he wasn't as good as Qi Xiao, if he lost without a battle, it would be a very serious blow to his martial arts cultivation. If that's the case, take this. Ling Xiao gave a pill to Gao Shen. 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill. Gao Shen looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. How can I accept such a precious thing? Don't be long-winded. Go. Ling Xiao was such a person. If others trusted him, he would give them the best. If others were his enemies, he would be more ruthless than anyone else. Okay. Gao Shen directly put the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill in his mouth. If there was really danger, he would swallow it directly. In this battle, he had to fight hard. He definitely couldn't lose face for Fighting Soul Sacred City and Fighting Soul Alliance. In fact, the reason why he didn't want to give up was the most important reason. It was to let Ling Xiao see Qi Xiao's fighting style. Force Qi Xiao to use her trump card. Chapter 44-39. Gao Shun had put a lot of thought into this. Even without the 9 revolutions soul return pill, he still wanted to gamble with his life. He wanted to force out Qi Zhao's trump card and create a chance for Ling Xiao to defeat Qi Xiao. This way, Ling Xiao would be safer. For this, he had already planned to lose his life. Anyway, this life was given to him by Ling Xiao. On the arena, Gao Shun and Qi Xiao faced each other with a distance of more than 100 meters. The audience watched this scene with great excitement. Just now, the battle between Tian Hai Peak and Dong Bo Shiyu and the battle between Ling Xiao and Feng Yin were both very exciting. This battle shouldn't be too bad. You are very courageous. Qi Xiao looked at Gao Shun and smiled faintly. You should understand what it means for you to go up on the arena. I will not be merciful to you. I understand, but I have to come. Gao Shun smiled. Good, seeing that you are so courageous. I can give you a quick death. Qi Xiao smiled faintly, causing countless female warriors below the arena to cheer. Although Qi Xiao's reputation had long been ruined by Ling Xiao, but in this day and age, there were always flies chasing after the stench. Qi Xiao's fans were still not a small number. Ling Xiao sat below the arena, feeling very nervous. He was even more nervous than when he went up on the arena, because when he went up on the arena, he could control everything. Seeing his friend go up on the arena, he could not control anything. He could only hope that nothing would happen to his friend. This was a kind of torture. Maybe I won't be killed by you so easily. Gao Shun released his martial soul as soon as he went up on the arena. Facing Qi Xiao, he did not dare to hide anything. Otherwise, the final result might be that he would be killed before he could release his martial soul. That would be very depressing. Is that so? You can't understand how strong I am. What you want is nothing more than to let Ling Xiao know my trump card. Fine, I'll let you see. It's useless even if you know. At this point, Qi Xiao suddenly released the power of the first level of the core shattering stage. That kind of power made all the martial artists below the shattered core realm tremble in fear. Core fragmentation realm. Everyone, who was also a contestant in the top 10, was shocked. No wonder Qi Xiao was so confident. It turned out that he was already so strong. Seeing this, Gao Shun smiled bitterly. Sure enough, it's a losing battle. But even if we lose, we must lose with dignity. It was impossible for him to admit defeat. He had to make Qi Xiao reveal more of her trump cards. Gritting his teeth, Gao Shun took the initiative to attack with his weapon in hand. Violent power was released from his body. He attacked Qi Xiao with all his might. However, Qi Xiao's eyes flashed with contempt and ridicule. Qi Xiao stood there motionless, using only one hand to block Gao Shun's attack. Both sides continued to collide in the arena. However, anyone could see that Qi Xiao was going easy on him. He didn't even move his feet, yet he had already blocked Gao Shun's attack. Facing Crimson Sky, Gao Shun did not have any way at all. I'm really not willing. Gao Shun smiled bitterly. He was really not willing to lose like this. He hadn't done anything yet. Ashura's blade. Finally, Gao Shun revealed his strongest move. This was the blade technique he had obtained in the first round. He had originally planned to use it in the battle with Dong Bo Shiyu. At least he could get 1 point. But now, in order to force Qi Xiao to reveal her trump card, he used it. The moment he used the Ashura's blade, an Ashura phantom appeared behind him, and it was an 8-armed Ashura. Every arm seemed to be holding a blade, releasing an explosive aura. What a powerful move! This Gao Shun is indeed formidable. It's a pity that he has been roped in by fighting Soul Sacred City. Thus he must die. Qi Xiao lightly sighed. As you wish, I'll make my move. At that moment, everyone could only see a piece of red light. The next moment, the berserk, eight-armed Azura phantom disappeared. Gao Shen fell in a pool of blood. He was on the verge of death. He couldn't even say the words of surrender. This was Qi Zhao's goal. He wanted to torture Gao Shen in front of Ling Xiao. He wanted this matter to become the biggest shadow in Ling Xiao's heart. Ling Xiao, today, I'll first take some interest from your friend for the harm you have done to my Scarlet Sun sacred city. But you can rest assured that I won't kill him. I'll just turn him into a cripple, and you, too, will be the same. I want you to be mocked and ridiculed every day, trampled under everyone's feet. Qi Xiao didn't sound agitated at all. Every word was spoken in a calm and indifferent manner, but when put together, it showed his madness and perversion. Who would give you such a chance? Goodbye. I surrender. Gao Shen suddenly shouted. Then his figure blurred and disappeared from the ring. 9 revolutions soul return pill. I didn't expect you to have such a pill. If I had known, I would have restrained you. Qi Xiao was stunned. He looked at Gao Shen, who had already left the arena, and felt a little vexed. But how many 9 revolutions soul return pills do you have? Don't forget, I'm not the only person Ling Xiao has offended. Qi Xiao smiled coldly and turned to leave the arena. Gao Shen sighed. He had tried his best, but in the end, he couldn't even hurt a hair on Qi Zhao's body. I'm sorry. Gao Shen looked at Ling Xiao, his heart full of helplessness. He had wasted a 9 revolutions soul return pill, but he still couldn't force Qi Xiao to use his full strength. It was too much of a failure. It's nothing as long as you're fine. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Actually, you've already done very well. Your blade of Azura forced him to use one of his trump cards. I'll remember that. These were not words of consolation. The blade of Azura was really powerful. In that instant, even Qi Xiao subconsciously used his strongest martial technique. Ling Xiao saw it clearly and clearly. Qi Xiao is really scary. Yeah, it seems like we've underestimated this monster who has occupied the top spot of the 10 Holy Sun for 9 years. It'll be very difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat him. That's right. Previously, many people thought that Ling Xiao couldn't possibly lose to Qi Xiao. However, after Qi Xiao made his move, they realized that Qi Xiao wasn't Yurua, let alone Qi Shiran. His strength was more terrifying than any of the 10 Holy Sun. After the 3rd battle, there were 2 more battles to be fought. Kill the Wolf by Yunrui, Black Fang, and Lion Fearless hadn't appeared yet. These 4 people, no matter which one it was, were all extremely powerful existences. Therefore, the people were looking forward to the last 2 battles very much. The 4th battle, Kill the Wolf versus Black Fang. It's here. It's a battle like this, too exciting. One of them was the 2nd of the 10 Holy Sun, Kill the Wolf. The other was the reborn Black Fang. The battle between these 2 was bound to be the most exciting battle so far. Ha ha ha. Kill the Wolf. You're out of luck. Today, you'll be my test subject. Black Fang's laughter and tone became very strange, shrill, and perverted. Anyone could see that something was wrong with him. Chapter 4440. You talk too much, let's fight. Kill the Wolf coldly looked at Black Fang. Although he could feel a sinister and terrifying aura from Black Fang's body, that wasn't enough to make him admit defeat. Although he wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't admit defeat, he would only admit defeat when he had no other choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't admit defeat until the very last moment. Not to mention, Black Fang might not be able to defeat him. Saying so, Kill the Wolf released his martial soul. A wolf howl came from behind him. It was a white werewolf. The werewolf was covered in silver fur and looked very beautiful. It was over 10 meters tall, and its silver eyes stared at Black Fang with a cold glint. Interesting. Door. of all evil. Black Fong coldly laughed and also released his martial soul. Now, his martial soul had changed. After absorbing the door of all evil, his martial soul was the door of all evil. Following the release of the door of all evil, sinister energy crazily roared around him. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were crying out, "Fight!" The moment the two of them released their martial souls, an intense battle began. A ray of silver light and a ray of black light crazily clashed on the stage. Most people couldn't even see the two of them. They could only see two rays of light, because the two of them were simply too fast. The crazy battle caused the entire divine martial sacred city to shake. It was as if a giant was shaking it. Boom, 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 boom. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, from the ground to the sky. Soon, they had already exchanged more than 100 blows. It was obvious that they were evenly matched. Although many people couldn't understand what was going on, they still felt that it was amazing. One of them was very nervous and excited. This was the feeling of watching a battle between experts. The wall of light around the stage was constantly changing shape, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. Even with the wall of light blocking, there was still a lot of aura being released, causing the spectators near the stage to feel uncomfortable. Ling Xiao's eyes were constantly moving. He was able to see every single confrontation clearly in his eyes. Although the two of them were fast, it was still within reason. It still couldn't escape his Taiji eye. Kill the Wolf's physical body was extremely tough, and every punch hit his body. Almost all of his attacks relied on the explosive power of his physical body. Black Fong relied on the power of the door of all evil to deal with it, and he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. However, he didn't have enough time to obtain the door of all evil. Therefore, after 100 moves, Black Fong was already at a disadvantage. Based on this situation, as long as nothing unexpected happened, Black Fong would definitely lose. Boom! Suddenly, the two of them separated. Black Fong's body crashed into the ring. Kill the Wolf also retreated a few dozen meters, but he still stood firm. Kill the Wolf wants to win. Many people saw this scene and had the same thought. However, Ling Xiao's brows were furrowed. Black Fong's face did not show the slightest hint of panic, which meant that he was still dealing with it with ease. He. It seems that I won't be able to defeat you. Kill the Wolf. The second holy son of the 10 holy sons. You live up to your reputation. Old man, I'll leave this body of mine to you. Hey, Mo, you laughed wildly, completely concealing his aura. Not even a trace of divine sense was left. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up, because he had been staring at his opponent with his Taiji eye. He saw this strange change very clearly. Not good. Black Fong is changing. He hurriedly shouted, Brother Wolf, just look at the situation and withdraw. Got it. Kill the Wolf nodded. He also felt that the evil aura coming from Black Fong's body was completely different from before. If the previous one was just a clumsy imitation of a demon, then this one was different. This time, the real demon had appeared. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Kill the Wolf. You're really pitiful. This kind of attack was originally meant to be used against Ling Xiao. However, I'll try it on you first. Don't worry, my attack won't let you die so quickly. It will only make you cry out in endless pain. Black Fong laughed wildly. That laughter sent chills down people's spines and made their hair stand on end. Many people looked at Black Fong as if they didn't know him. Amidst the wild laughter, Black Fong's body began to undergo some strange changes. His body obviously grew bigger, and his fingernails grew longer, about a foot long. The strangest thing was that his body bent down and turned into a beast-like form. It was as if he couldn't straighten his back. A strange scarlet color appeared in his ink-black eyes. The aura of the door of all evil behind him became denser. Whoosh! A pair of blood-red flesh wings grew on his back, which was very strange. It's the human demon again. Ling Xiao frowned. However, thinking about it carefully, it was normal. Since the human demon could appear in the heavenly demon ghost region, it wasn't strange for him to appear in the golden sky region. It seemed that this human demon had hidden his remnant soul in the door of all evil and was waiting for an idiot to release him. Then he would take over his body. The human demon's soul fusion wasn't wrong, but he had the initiative, and Black Fang was only secondary. Whatever Black Fang wanted to do, he had to go through him, and he could do whatever he wanted. Killing Ling Xiao was their common goal. On this point, they were surprisingly consistent. He's borrowing the human demon's power to fight. Isn't that against the rules? Tyrannical Sacred City's sacred lord, Tyrannical, stood up and roared at the referees. Stop this battle immediately. Everyone has the right to kill a human demon. Although there were many things in the mystic world that couldn't be agreed upon, the majority of people wanted to kill all demons. These demons didn't belong to the mystic world in the first place. They came from beyond the heavens. They took root and sprouted in the mystic world to create evil. The demons' only desire was to reproduce and kill. Therefore, the existence of demons was feared and hated by all species. They were terrifying existences that could cause the extinction of 10,000 races. This was also the reason why demonic cultivators weren't tolerated by the world, not to mention these human demons. Ling Zhao's expression was also very gloomy. He had seen many demons, heavenly demons, insect demons, human demons, earth demons, blood demons. No matter which one, they were all derived from the demon race. These demons, unless you could completely control them, could only be assimilated by them. They were as terrifying as cancerous cells. No one would want to preserve cancerous cells. Of course, those lunatics who wanted to wallow in the mire with cancerous cells were an exception. This Black Fang is really crazy. This time, even since Sacred Lord can't help him, he actually dares to use such methods to participate in the Golden Battle. How can the referees tolerate him? Jiangnan shook her head, somewhat surprised. However, there's no such rule in the rules. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, it doesn't matter whether human demons are the enemy of humans or not. At the very least, the rules of the Golden Battle don't prohibit the use of this kind of power. Therefore, I don't think the Golden City's referees will care. What's more, Black Fang hasn't become a complete human demon. He's still only half human and half demon. This is also a target that all the major forces are fighting for. Everyone read. Chapter 44-41. Ling Xiao sighed. Although he knew that Jiang Nan was right, he might not be able to carry out what was right. This was reality. Sometimes, what was right would have to make way for what was wrong. As expected, the Beast Tamer General did not stop this battle, nor did he do anything to Black Fang. Instead, he was watching with interest. If Kill the Wolf feels that he is no match for him, you can just admit defeat. He added, you can't stop the Golden Battle just because of the human demon's power. You're making too much of a fuss. There was nothing wrong with his words. Others could not find any flaws in his words. However, Ling Xiao frowned. The Beast Tamer General seemed to be fair on the surface, but why did it feel like he was always siding with those who had a good relationship with Commandment Sacred City? Thinking about it carefully, Qi Yuan, Qi Hai, and the demonic apes' actions, if they had been replaced by a fair chief judge, they would have been kicked out long ago. However, the Beast Tamer General had only reprimanded them. In fact, he had not done anything. It seemed that it would be impossible for the Beast Tamer General to punish Black Fang. Perhaps Black Fang had known this would happen from the beginning? Perhaps he had already communicated with the judges. Facing this situation, Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber could no longer sit still. As the Sacred Lord of Tyrannical Saber's sacred city, he had placed all his hopes on Kill the Wolf. If Kill the Wolf was defeated, it would not matter. However, if he was killed or crippled by Black Fang, his years of hard work would be destroyed in an instant. Moreover, Kill the Wolf was his son. How could he not feel sorry for him? In the arena, Black Fang had completely given his body to the door of all evil. Kill the Wolf's advantage was gone. Although he would not be defeated for the time being, everyone could see that his victory was going to be in vain. Amid defeat, Wolf, Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber, made a decision after weighing the pros and cons. Even if he lost this match, there were still other matches. A cultivator who could maintain a perfect record had never appeared. He would lose 1 or 2 matches. Whoever wanted to mess with Black Fang could go ahead and mess with him. In any case, the Saber Saint City wasn't willing. Brother Wolf, admit defeat. Ling Zhao's view was the same as Sacred Master Tyrannical Saber's. It was not shameful to admit defeat now. The top 10 was not decided by 1 or 2 matches. Under normal circumstances, each person would have to fight 9 rounds before it was considered over. All he had to do was win as many matches as possible. Moreover, Kill the Wolf had already given it his all, but when faced with the powerful Black Fang, he was still powerless. To be honest, if Ling Xiao did not use his Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he would have no chance of winning against the door of all evil. If he used the martial spirit of Tyrant Sky together with the universal light Godly Fist and Void-Shattering Finger, he might be able to win. Kill the Wolf understood this better than anyone else. There was no hope for victory. Even though this made him very unconvinced and vexed, he also knew that the person he lost to was not Black Fang, but a monster that he had never met before. White Wolf Sky Ripping Hand. With a roar, Kill the Wolf blasted out his strongest attack, temporarily pushing Black Fang back. Then, he quickly retreated and prepared to surrender. The attack this time was also a test of his strength. If it worked, then he would continue. If not, then he would surrender. The result of the attack made him feel very helpless. Although he had pushed Black Fang back, his opponent had only taken 2 or 3 steps back. He was not even injured. There was simply no way to fight. Black Fang, you've turned yourself into a monster. Even if you enter the City of Gold, what can you do? Forget it, I'll surrender. You can entertain yourself. Kill the Wolf announced his surrender. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was really worried that Kill the Wolf would force himself to fight. If that happened, he would definitely be unlucky in the end. But now he was relieved. When Kill the Wolf was transferred out, he planned to comfort him. However, in the next moment, he was surprised to find that Kill the Wolf had already announced his surrender. However, he did not disappear from the arena. Instead, because of this moment of carelessness, Black Fang seized the opportunity and sent him flying. Fortunately, Kill the Wolf's body was strong enough to not be killed. He barely managed to stand up. What's going on? Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber roared. A smile flashed across the corner of the Beast Tamer General's mouth, but it quickly disappeared. He did not dare to deal with Ling Xiao, but he had no qualms about Kill the Wolf. Many people seem to have forgotten that he was a warrior from the Beast Tamer Sacred City. He only wanted Lion Fearless to enter the City of Gold. Therefore, whether it was Kill the Wolf or Black Fang, he had to deal with them. When Kill the Wolf was crippled or killed by Black Fang, he would have one less opponent. Then, he would use Black Fang's violation of the rules to eliminate Black Fang. In this way, 2 of Lion Fearless' most formidable opponents would be eliminated. Only Qi Xiao and Ling Xiao could pose a threat to him. It's probably a system malfunction. Go and investigate. The beast tamer general ordered. Qi Yuan turned and left, but everyone knew that Qi Yuan was just putting on an act. This idiot was being used by the beast tamer general, but he also wanted to achieve his own goal, and that was to let Black Fang teach Kill the Wolf a lesson. Who asked Kill the Wolf to be Ling Zhao's friend? Ha 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 ha, Kill the Wolf, you're really unlucky. You don't even have the chance to surrender. Today you'll die here. Consider it as a contribution to my plan. Black Fang laughed maniacally. Even he did not expect this situation. He was still worried that Kill the Wolf would surrender and escape. Who would have thought that this would happen? Door of all evils, there's nothing you won't do. Amidst the roar, a black figure stepped out from the door of all evils behind Black Fang. It was impossible to see the figure's appearance. It was just a shadow. However, that evil and terrifying power was real. The black figure held a black spear in his hand. He threw it directly at Kill the Wolf. Spear of all evils. Die. This spear was completely formed by the evil power. It pierced through the void and shot toward Kill the Wolf. At this moment, Kill the Wolf was depressed, but he could not just sit and wait for death. As the second of the 10 saints, he had his own pride and his own strength. Wolf King Sky Splitter. This was a move even more terrifying than the White Wolf Sky-Ripping Hand. Its power was close to the mid-10th level Emperor realm. The tyrannical Wolf King roared and pounced. It collided with the spear. Boom! The two different energies met in the air. One was full of wildness and violence. The other was full of gloom and evil. The entire divine, martial sacred city shook again. It was as if an earthquake had struck. A moment later, Kill the Wolf was sent flying again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that the injuries from the previous sneak attack had been triggered again. His disadvantage was becoming more obvious. On the other hand, although Black Fang retreated more than 10 steps, he was only lightly injured. This door of all evils was truly terrifying. It still hasn't been repaired. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber was anxious. Anyone could see that Kill the Wolf was in a dangerous situation. Although he could still hold on for a while, he did not have any advantage. If this continued, Kill the Wolf's life would be in danger. Chapter 44-42. If the surrender system did not work, then there was a real possibility that Kill the Wolf would be killed. Sacred Leader Tyrannical Saber was a straightforward person. He did things in an open and above-board manner. Naturally, he would not think about such things. However, Ling Xiao frowned at this moment. Was the system malfunctioning? He did not believe it at all. General Beast Tamer, open the protective barrier and let Kill the Wolf out. It'll still be considered a surrender. He said loudly, I'm afraid that won't work. Once the protective barrier is opened, it will be terrible if unnecessary damage is caused. I can't bear this responsibility. Don't worry, the system will be repaired soon. General Beast Tamer shook his head. His answer confirmed Ling Zhao's guess. General Beast Tamer did it on purpose. He wanted Black Fang to cripple Kill the Wolf. He even wanted to kill the Wolf. Bastard, if Kill the Wolf dies, I'll make you pay with your life. Ling Zhao's expression instantly darkened. Don't think that he did not dare to curse General Beast Tamer. Even if the Heavenly King wanted to trick his friend, he would not be willing. Moreover, he was not afraid of General Beast Tamer now. Qihua, Qing Lian, General Zhao, the three of you work together and break the protective barrier. He roared angrily. Yes. The three of them tore through the air and instantly launched powerful attacks. Sacred Leader Tyrannical Saber also rose into the air. The four of them worked together. General Beast Tamer's expression was very awkward. He thought that since he had given Ling Xiao face, Ling Xiao would also give him some face and not interfere in his affairs. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would curse him for kill the wolf? This put him on the spot. However, he did not say anything. He only sneered in his heart. Even if you break the protective barrier, it's too late. Kill the wolf will be finished soon. Black Fong seemed to have realized that his chances were running out. Once the protective barrier was broken, Kill the Wolf would definitely be rescued. At that time, it would be difficult for him to kill the wolf. Thinking of this, he once again gathered his true essence and blasted out an even more powerful attack. Spear of All Evil, Ultimate Power. It was the same Spear of All Evil, but this time, the power attached to the spear was at least 10 times stronger than before. Even Kill the Wolf would not be able to block such an attack when he was already heavily injured. It's over. F***CK. Kill the Wolf smiled bitterly. He was already inferior to the current Black Fong, and now that he was seriously injured, he was even more inferior. However, even though he knew that he was no match for them, he could not give up, even if he only had a single breath left. He had to hold on. He believed that someone would come to save him. Suddenly, he swallowed a pill. Once again, he used the Wolf King slaughtering the heavens. Its power was also much stronger than before. Even so, as soon as he came into contact with Black Fong's attack, he was sent flying. There was no resistance at all. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be clearly heard. Kill the wolf's blood-curdling screams could be heard at the same time, and his whole body was fiercely sent flying. He bounced off the protective wall. At this moment, the protective wall was also blasted open. Sacred Master Tyrannical Saber frantically rushed into the arena. Wolf! He hugged Kill the Wolf, wanting to check on Kill the Wolf's condition. However, he discovered that Kill the Wolf's meridians were all broken, and his bones were all shattered. Fortunately, his inner core was still intact, and he was not dead. However, he was afraid that he would not be able to continue participating in this golden battle. Let me take a look. Ling Xiao also came into the arena at this moment to check on Kill the Wolf's injuries. Sacred Master Tyrannical Saber trusted Ling Xiao very much. After all, he knew that Kill the Wolf and Ling Xiao had a close relationship. Moreover, if it were not for Ling Xiao's help, Kill the Wolf would have been killed by Black Fong. Black Fong was clearly somewhat disappointed. Unfortunately, he didn't kill him. He was only crippled. He felt that Kill the Wolf's condition was very boring. He originally wanted to kill the Wolf. However, it was obviously impossible now. Black Fong. Sacred Master Tyrannical Saber looked at Black Fong, and his eyes revealed a frenzied killing intent. At this moment, Sacred Master Sin had already arrived in front of Black Fong. He said coldly, "Sacred Master Tyrannical Saber, life and death are predestined. Don't act recklessly." Fortunately, he used a heart protection pill to protect his meridians and inner core in time. That's why he didn't die. Black Fong's final attack was simply to kill him. Ling Xiao helped Black Fong consume a healing pill. Then he stood up, and the killing intent in his eyes was extremely frenzied. That killing intent was not only directed at Black Fong, but also at General Beast Tamer. Many people were shocked by Ling Xiao's sudden burst of killing intent. How many people had this person killed? How could his killing intent be so terrifying? It was extremely frightening. It's no wonder that Ling Xiao is angry. If it were me, I would be the same. Kill the Wolf clearly admitted defeat. Even though the battle is over, Black Fong still wants to attack. It can't be helped. The system malfunctioned. This is fate. The system malfunctioned. Do you believe it? Why did it malfunction when it came to them? Ha! Ling Xiao asked General Beast Tamer to open the protective barrier and stop the battle, but General Beast Tamer refused. I'm afraid it's hard to say what malfunction it is. I think someone must have done something in secret. No matter what, Kill the Wolf is crippled this time. Black Fong will probably be disqualified for violating the rules. When the Sandpiper and the Clam fight, the fisherman benefits. General Beast Tamer is from the Beast Tamer Sacred City. Lion Fearless is lucky. There were still some discerning people in the crowd who could see that there was something fishy going on. However, some words were a little unpleasant once they were made clear. What do you want? Black Fong was still a little afraid. After all, the other party was Sacred Master Tyrannical Saber, one of the 10 Sacred Cities' Sacred Masters. He was only weaker than Sacred Master Scarlet Sunday. Black Fong, don't be afraid. We will support you. Sacred Master Scarlet Sun came to Black Fong's side. Sacred Master Divine Sword and Sacred Master Nether also came. They were openly supporting Black Fong. Black Fong stood behind them and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sneered. Sorry, I didn't hear him surrender. Didn't you say that he would be teleported away if he surrendered? Since he wasn't teleported, I didn't dare to stop attacking. Otherwise, what if he launched a sneak attack? However, it's my fault for injuring him. After I kill Ling Xiao and obtain the qualification to become a disciple of the Golden City, I will definitely buy some supplements for him. I must buy some supplements for Sha Palang so that he can live a happy life as an ordinary person for the rest of his life. You bastard! Sacred Master Tyrannical Saber was an upright person. There was no way he could win with words. When he heard what the other party said, he was really angry. He almost vomited blood. General Beast Tamer, are you going to do something or not? He looked at General Beast Tamer and roared. Black Fong obviously violated the rules. Aren't you going to punish him? Sacred Master Tyrannical Saber, your son is in trouble. I can understand how you feel. Regarding this, we will naturally handle it impartially. How about this? How about we disqualify Black Fong from the top 10 competition? The Beast Tamer General had originally planned this. After crippling Sha Palang, the next step would be to disqualify Black Demon Fong. Chapter 44-43. Kill the Wolf was crippled and Black Fong was disqualified. This was the best choice for General Beast Tamer. However, he seemed to have underestimated the persistence of Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber and Sacred Lord Sin. We don't agree. Naturally, the two of them would not agree. My son Kill the Wolf has already admitted defeat, but he was severely injured by Black Fong. Do you think disqualification is enough? General Beast Tamer is looking down on the people of Tyrannical Saber Sacred City. You are an expert of Beast Tamer Sacred City in Golden City. Our Tyrannical Saber Sacred City also has General Tyrannical Saber. If we don't settle this today, the Golden Battle will not continue. Although Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber was easy to talk to, he was not someone who would be easily bullied. On the contrary, his character was similar to Ling Xiao. For his family, he was willing to pierce a hole in the sky. Nonsense! My son Black Fong did not know that Kill the Wolf had already admitted defeat. Even if there was a mistake, it was the organizer's fault. The system malfunctioned. You can't blame my son. Sin Holy Lord shouted as well. Our sacred city's General Sin is not someone to be trifled with. The reason why the top 10 sacred cities were called the top 10 sacred cities was because they had powerful experts in Golden City. They could even afford to offend General Beast Tamer. It was just a matter of whether they would give him face or not. General Beast Tamer's face turned ugly. He thought that he had done a good job today. However, he had underestimated the strength of the 3,000 sacred cities. He had thought too highly of himself. Hearing the two of them, General Beast Tamer frowned and said, "The Golden Battle is a big event for Golden City to select talents. We can't allow you to cause trouble here. Even General Tyrannical Saber and General Sin can't bear the responsibility of ruining Golden City's plans. Now, it's obvious that Kill the Wolf has lost. Therefore, Black Fong has won this battle. Sacred Lord Sin's words are reasonable. Black Fong did not know that Kill the Wolf had admitted defeat. It's understandable for him to do so." General Beast Tamer's words showed that he was on the side of Sacred City. This was because Sacred City had formed an alliance with Scarlet Sun Sacred City, Sacred Sword Sacred City, and Sacred Nether City. On the other hand, Saber Saint City was all alone. Rather than offending both sides, it would be better to ally with one of them. This way, the pressure on him would be greatly reduced. Of course, when he made this decision, he did not realize how deep the relationship between Ling Xiao and Kill the Wolf was. "People of Tyrant Blade Sacred City, leave quickly. The Golden Battle will continue if you insist on causing trouble. Then don't blame me." General Beast Tamer said coldly. Sin Holy Lord also smiled and said, "General is right. In the Golden Battle, casualties and even death are common. It was a fact that Kill the Wolf was not as good as others. Even if there was a small problem, this fact would not change. Therefore, Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber should think about Tyrannical Saber Sacred City. Don't destroy Tyrant Blade Sacred City for your son." He was smart. He could tell that the Beast Tamer general was trying to rope him in, so he went along with it. In this battle, Black Fong wins, 1 point. Kill the Wolf loses, 1 point deducted. The Beast Tamer general quickly announced the result, probably because he wanted the raw rice to be cooked, and ended it just like that. Following his announcement, the names on the jade wall also changed. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber was so angry that his body trembled. "Good, very good. Are you ganging up to bully Tyrant Blade Sacred City? Do you think we won't find help? Everyone, listen up. From today onwards, Tyrant Blade Sacred City will join the Battle Alliance and respect Ling Xiao as the great Sacred Lord." This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. In fact, he had thought of this for a long time, but he had not acted on it. This was because he wanted to observe the development of the Battle Alliance. Moreover, Tyrant Blade Sacred City was one of the 10 great sacred cities. Joining the Battle Alliance would mean lowering their status. This would probably cause dissatisfaction among many martial artists in the sacred city. During this time, he had been doing his job. Now he felt that the time was right, so he took this opportunity to bring it up. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber knew that only Ling Xiao could help him and his son seek justice. Otherwise, they would be too isolated. Join the Battle Alliance. Hearing Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber's words, everyone was stunned, including Ling Xiao. The Battle Alliance had more than 1,500 sacred cities that had joined. However, most of them were ranked below 1,000. There was not a single sacred city in the top 100, not to mention the 10 great sacred cities. Once Tyrant Blade Sacred City joined, the Battle Alliance's reputation and strength would rapidly increase. This was an extremely good thing. Of course, even if Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber did not do this, he would still help Kill the Wolf. This was because they were friends. Very good friends. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber, you don't have to do this. Even if Tyrant Blade Sacred City does not join the Battle Alliance, Ling Xiao, will seek justice for Kill the Wolf today. Ling Xiao stood up and walked to Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber's side. No, even if today's matter did not happen, I was prepared to join. Lang has been discussing this matter with me these days. Everyone in Tyrant Blade Sacred City has thought about it. We originally planned to wait until the end of the Golden Battle before announcing it. Since someone thinks we are easy to bully, I will announce it today. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber shook his head and said, "If that's the case, then it's the best. Once you join the Battle Alliance, you will have to listen to the orders of the Alliance Chief. The Alliance Chief is the Great Saint Lord, which means I am the Alliance Chief. You don't feel wrong, do you?" Ling Xiao asked again. Of course not. It was impossible to say that he did not feel wronged. After all, Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber was a 9th level Shattered Core warrior. Ling Xiao was only a late Heavenly Core warrior. The gap between their cultivation bases was huge. However, Ling Xiao had the Fire King behind him, and he was one of the strongest warriors in Golden City. He was stronger than any general. He believed that following Ling Xiao would not bring him any harm. All right, that's all I need to hear. From today onwards, Tyrant Blade Sacred City will join the Battle Alliance, and we will be under the protection of the Battle Alliance, Ling Xiao said with a clear voice. Understood. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber knelt down on the spot. Most of the people in Tyrant Blade Sacred City knelt down. Only a small group of people were not happy about it. Sacred Lord, can we leave Tyrant Blade Sacred City? The one who spoke was a city lord of Tyrant Blade Sacred City. His surname was Wang. This city lord Wang was weaker than Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber, but he was also a 7th level Shattered Core warrior. He was much stronger than the former Sacred Lord of Battle, Soul Sacred City. Whatever, I said I won't force you, Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber said with an indifferent tone. All right. City Lord Wang led his group into the ranks of the Sacred City of Sin. In fact, he had already thought of a way out. Today, he would join the Sacred City. Why does it have to be the Sacred City? Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber had an ugly expression on his face. Because the Sacred City is strong enough, and it can provide us with enough benefits. More importantly, after Kill the Wolf, Tyrant Blade Sacred City will have no successor. Since the Sacred City has a genius like Black Fong, he will definitely be able to cultivate in Golden City. City Lord Wang had thought this through. He felt that only by joining the Sacred City could he continue his glory. Chapter 4444. Okay, I hope you won't regret it. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber took a deep breath. This was his promise, and it was not good to break it here. Otherwise, it would make the martial artists who followed him bitterly disappointed. If I were you, none of them would live. Ling Xiao said coldly, choosing to join the enemy camp under such circumstances is not a choice, but a betrayal. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Saber wanted to explain, but he was interrupted by Ling Xiao. No need to say anything. That was your choice. I'm just saying what I think. Brother Wolf's injuries have stabilized. Brother Wolf's body is extremely strong. Black Fong can't cripple him. Ling Xiao, stop bragging. He can't participate in any martial arts competitions after this. He can't even cultivate in this life. Black Fong sneered. How can I not understand my own attack? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. What do you know? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. The most dangerous thing that Black Fong had caused to kill the wolf was actually the demonic aura. Ling Xiao had already absorbed all the demonic aura. He had also fed Kill the Wolf the best healing pill. He had even used the life rewind ability. The healing pill was just a cover. The real effect was the life rewind ability. If this ability was used on others, the cooldown would be increased to 30 hours. If used on himself, it would only be 3 hours. If used on others, the effect would not be so immediate. It would take more than 10 minutes to fully recover. Ha! You're only good at talking. I'm not going to bicker with you. It's boring. Black Fong sneered. He knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao in talking. However, this was not the point of a battle. Ling Xiao could not be bothered with him. Instead, he looked at the beast tamer general. There was mockery and ridicule in his eyes. General, to be honest, when you came, I welcomed you very much. I even worshipped you. However, what you did was too disappointing. Are you planning to kill two birds with one stone? Destroy, kill the wolf, and eliminate Black Fong? Unfortunately, your calculations were wrong. You had no choice but to join forces with the sacred city of Sin to bully the Saber Sacred City. But you're wrong because Saber Saint City chose to join our battle alliance. I have no choice but to get involved in this matter. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations, but anyone with a discerning eye could hear the terrifying killing intent in his voice. Brat, how can you talk to the general like that? Chi stood up and roared. Shut up. What right do you have to talk to our first saint? Xiao Fengyun released a terrifying aura that pressed down on Chi, causing Chi's face to change greatly. Ling Xiao, this matter has already been resolved. Let's not waste any more time. Kill the Wolf is already injured, and the Golden Battle has to continue. Even if you know the Fire Emperor, you can't do this. General Beast Tamer braced himself and said he knew that he could not afford to offend the Flame Emperor, but at this moment he had no other choice. He couldn't admit defeat just because Ling Xiao spoke. That would be too embarrassing. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. General, do you still remember what I said before? If anything happens to Brother Wolf, I won't be so easy to talk to. Since you don't take my words seriously, don't blame me for not warning you if something happens in the future. As for the Golden Battle, now that this has happened, is there a need to continue? You have the final say. You can give the position of the 10th Holy Sun to whoever you want. You can give the championship to whoever you want. You can cover the sky with one hand, can't you? If you want Lion Fearless to take first place, it's not impossible. At most, you can do it yourself. Believe me, none of us can beat you. Why waste everyone's time? Anyone with a discerning eye can see what Black Demon Fong has done, and even more so, what you have done. As Ling Xiao continued speaking, General Beast Tamer's face became uglier and uglier. He clenched his fists and had the urge to attack. If he let this fearless guy continue to talk nonsense, he really didn't know what he would say. If General Beast Tamer is willing, Red Sun Sacred City is willing to serve you. Red Sun Sacred Lord began to take sides at this time. So is Sacred Netherworld City. Sacred Sword City is willing to serve General. Sacred City of Sin naturally won't refuse. It was the wish of the four sacred cities to be able to kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Now that they could win over General Beast Tamer, they would not be tired of it. General Beast Tamer was in a dilemma. He didn't want to be enemies with Ling Xiao. However, at this time, he was pushed to the opposite side. It was completely impossible to get off the tiger. Ling Xiao, do you have to be like this? I'm the chief referee. General Beast Tamer frowned and made a last-ditch effort. If this matter could be resolved peacefully, he really didn't want to offend Ling Xiao. General, are you threatening me? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Yes, you're the chief referee. So when Black Fong chose to use the demonic power, you knew it was against the rules, but you ignored it. You want to cover the sky with one hand. Yes, you're the chief referee. So when Black Fong disregarded the rules and launched a sneak attack when the opponent surrendered, you didn't stop him. You didn't stop him. You think the chief referee can control everything. Yes, you're the chief referee. You can remove me from the Golden Battle. But do you really think you can stop me from going to the Golden City? The other referees also follow your lead, even if they know you're wrong. They don't dare to say anything more. With your strength, you can cover the sky with one hand in the 3,000 sacred cities. That's why you're acting so recklessly. This series of words made General Beast Tamer's old face turn red. After all, he still wanted to save face. Moreover, many warriors were only guessing about the demonic power and couldn't be sure. Ling Xiao's words now made the warriors despise General Beast Tamer's actions even more. Except for the warriors of the Battle Alliance, no one was willing to offend General Beast Tamer. So they didn't say anything. Power and strength were the real power. As for reason, it didn't work in the mystic world, unless the strong grasped the reason. What do you want to do? General Beast Tamer's face was very ugly, but in the end, he didn't dare to completely fall out with Ling Xiao. Because Ling Xiao had the existence of the Fire Emperor behind him. What do I want to do? It's very simple. The battle will continue. The competition will continue, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Hearing this, many people were stunned. Ling Xiao said such words, but in the end, he didn't intend to punish Black Fang. What was going on? You might find it strange. Actually, it's not strange at all. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Today, I'll throw my words here. Qi Xiao, Black Fang, and Lion Fearless. I won't let any of them go. They must all die. The reason why I told the truth is that I want everyone to know. Ling Xiao, am not the kind of person who bullies others. Chapter 44-45. Qi Xiao, Black Fang, and Lion Fearless. All three of you have to die. Ling Xiao said, casually as if he was talking about something very ordinary. You're quite confident. Qi Xiao sneered, finding it funny. Since we've already said it like this, Ling Xiao, I won't hide it from you. I really want to kill the wolf, and I also want to kill you. What can you do to me? Black Fang said. Ling Xiao smiled. He did not expect Black Fang to get any punishment. The biggest punishment was death. The Golden City would not do it. Let him do it. After he finished speaking, Ling Xiao stopped wasting his breath. He knew that no matter what he said, it would be meaningless. Since he had suffered a loss, he would get it back with his fists. He had the strength to do so. Black Fang, I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, Kill the Wolf, who was lying on the ground and dying, suddenly stood up. This scene made everyone, except for Ling Xiao, dumbfounded, especially Black Fang. He did not expect that Kill the Wolf did not die. Moreover, he seemed to have recovered. Did he see a ghost? All right, Brother Wolf, it's impossible for you to fight him anymore. Leave him to me. Ling Xiao patted Kill the Wolf gently. Kill the Wolf gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Although he was on the verge of death, his mind was very clear. It was Ling Xiao who saved him. The friendship between the two had deepened. I'll listen to you. Kill the Wolf took a deep breath. He returned to his seat with Ling Xiao. The people in Saber Saint City were also cheering. Kill the Wolf had recovered and returned. In other words, he still had a chance to fight for a place in the Golden City. General Beast looked coldly at Ling Xiao's back, and a strong killing intent rose in his heart. If Ling Xiao went to the Golden City and met the Fire Emperor, would he still be able to survive? Black Fang, Qi Xiao, and Lion Fearless sneered. They all wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also wanted to kill them. They would definitely have a chance to meet in the next battle. Who would live and who would die? They would find out soon. Well, it's just a farce. Next, the fifth battle, by Yunrui versus Lion Fearless. Although the people were still brooding over what had just happened, but the showdown between Bai Yunrui and Lion Fearless also made them very interested. These two people were respectively the third and fourth of the 10 holy sons. Their strengths were very close. Believed that the battle would be exciting. I surrender. To the disappointment of the audience, Bai Yunrui chose to surrender. This time, There was no problem with the surrender system. It was simply ironic. At this point, the first round of the points battle had ended. There were no draws. 5 people had 1 point. 5 people had negative points. Most of the battles were normal. Only the battle between Kill the Wolf and Black Fong had some accidents. But it had been resolved. After an hour of rest, the battle will continue. After the announcement, General Beast Tamer disappeared. He was in a bad mood now. Originally, he had planned to let Lion Fearless advance smoothly. However, he had made himself passive. Many things could happen in an hour. Scarlet Sun Sacred City, Sin Sacred City, Nether Sacred City, Sword Sacred City, Commandment Sacred City, and General Beast Tamer. All of them gathered together. I'm sure the general has already seen how arrogant Ling Xiao was today. Why do you have to be angry with him? Forefather Scarlet Flame said that the kid is related to Fire Emperor. I don't think so. If he is, he doesn't need to participate in the Golden Battle. He would have become Fire Emperor's disciple. He was just trying to scare you. Scarlet Sun's sacred leader swore to pull General Beast Tamer to his side. This way, he could better control the 3,000 sacred cities and compete with the Battle Alliance. Yes, I think so too. Ling Zhao's identity is easy to investigate. He has nothing to do with the Golden Battle. How can he be related to Fire Emperor? Sin's sacred leader said, "Okay, let's not talk about this. Now, I'm on your pirate ship. Since that's the case, let's work together to deal with Ling Xiao. Do you have any opinions?" General Beast Tamer sighed. At this point, he had already offended Ling Xiao, so there was no need for him to be polite anymore. Ha ha ha, General Beast Tamer's choice is absolutely wise. All of a sudden, a mysterious voice sounded. Who is it? General Beast Tamer looked in the direction of the voice. He couldn't help but be shocked. Lawmaster. Hee, I've already come out of seclusion. I just didn't show up. How can I let a kid jump around in the 3,000 sacred cities? The Lawmaster sneered. It's time to restore order in the 3,000 sacred cities. The Battle Alliance shouldn't exist. At the same time, in the exchange area, Ling Xiao, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, Zhao Fengyun, Sacred Leader Tyrannical Saber, Kill the Wolf, Gao Shun, and Jiang Nen sat together. They were discussing what had just happened. First of all, I represent all the martial artists in Tyrannical Saber Sacred City to thank the great Sacred Leader for his help. Sacred Leader Tyrannical Saber grabbed his son, Kill the Wolf, and knelt down to thank Ling Xiao again. There's no need to say more. Since you've already joined the Battle Alliance, you should be protected by me. Ling Xiao waved his hand. This isn't the problem now. It's General Beast Tamer. Today, in order to let the people of the 3,000 sacred cities know the truth, I offended him. He definitely won't swallow this humiliation. Therefore, the next battle will be even more difficult. Gao Shin, Brother Wolf, you too must remember to bring enough teleportation talismans. If you can't do it, run for your life. Don't foolishly throw your life away. If you lose, you can get back your face. If you die, you'll lose everything. Understood? After today's incident, Kill the Wolf and Gao Shen were even more impressed with Ling Xiao. They were willing to follow his lead. Sigh, if it weren't for the great sacred leader, our tyrannical saber sacred city would have lost all face. It's a pity that I'm working for the Golden City, but now I'm being humiliated like this. Great sacred leader, give the order. No matter what, even if you make me an enemy of the Golden City, I won't even frown. Sacred leader, Tyrannical Saber, said loudly. It's not that serious. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Next, I might leave the 3,000 sacred cities for a period of time. The management of the Battle Alliance will depend on you. A righteous person like you is exactly what I need. I'll definitely do my best. Sacred leader, tyrannical saber, said. Young master, when you said that you were going to kill those 3 people, were you serious? Jiangnan suddenly asked. Otherwise, do you think I'm just angry? Ling Xiao said with a smile. The reason why he had said those words was to force the 3 fellows to kill him. Only in this way could his potential be stimulated. Without using the tyrannical martial soul, he could kill all 3 of them. Since they were enemies, he had to make good use of them. Chapter 44-46. No, I feel that the young master is very serious. That's why I'm worried. Qi Xiao is not only the son of sacred leader Qiyang, but he's also a genius favored by the law master. It's said that the law master has already taken him in as his last disciple. If we kill him, we'll offend the law master. The law master, General Beast Tamer, and sacred leader Qiyang will join forces. Those are 3 divine, physique echelon experts. We can't win, right? Although Jiang Nan knew that she shouldn't say that, she had to say it. When everyone's blood was boiling, someone had to calm them down and think calmly. Don't worry about that. We have people on our side too. Sacred leader domineering Saber said coldly, I've already contacted my brother. He won't sit by and do nothing. An hour passed very quickly. The top 10 contestants gathered again. Speaking of which, it was rather interesting. A few of the top 10 contestants were mortal enemies. However, no one died or was crippled in the first battle. Even Sha Palang, that guy who was bound to be crippled, had completely recovered. This was truly a miracle. As for what happened before, although many people didn't dare to say anything, what General Beast Tamer and Black Fong did was extremely shameful. Qi Xiao was still as calm and mysterious as ever. He Emoya, on the other hand, looked at Ling Xiao gloomily. He was looking forward to Ling Xiao being his next opponent. In that case, he would have a chance to kill Ling Xiao. As for Lion Fearless, he closed his eyes and rested. These 3 people were the people that Ling Xiao had sworn to kill. Their hatred for Ling Xiao had reached its peak. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. Regardless of whether the other party hated him or not, he was going to kill the other party. This wouldn't change. Black Demon Fong still couldn't believe that Sha Palang would participate in the Golden Battle as if nothing had happened. However, so what if he didn't believe it? It was impossible for him to meet Black Fong again. An hour ago, we finished the first battle. The points of the 10 cultivators on the ranking jade wall were clear at a glance. However, what I want to talk about now is not this, but something else. The law master had returned. They came from the City of Gold. Bring the decree and preside over this golden battle with me. As soon as he said this, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Law master. He was an incomparably mysterious figure. The strongest expert of Commandment's sacred city. In fact, many people had never even seen his true face. It was said that the Dharma Master had 3 types of doppelgangers with 3 different appearances. Normally, he would blend into the crowd. Only during battle would the 3 clones merge into one. He had changed into a completely different appearance. The Law Master was a legend and an object of worship for countless people. His appearance had indeed incited a wave of cheers. Ling Xiao looked at the referee's table. Sure enough, there was one more person. At first glance, this person looked like an ordinary person. Although his crimson robes were eye-catching, it had nothing to do with his strength. His appearance was also very ordinary. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged uncle. However, those who truly understood him knew how terrifying he was. The faces of Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyan changed a little. The appearance of this person would be very troublesome. As Qi Zhao's master, The lawmaster would definitely side with Qi Shao. Ling Shao was in trouble. The lawmaster looked at Ling Shao with a deep gaze. At that moment, Ling Shao felt as if he had been sucked into a black vortex. He struggled desperately. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. The strength of the tyrannical martial soul was not something that the lawmaster could deal with. Soon, he regained his clarity. He looked coldly at the middle-aged man. Being ordinary was just his disguise. He was very strong and terrifying, but even so, Ling Shao had nothing to fear. Interesting. The lawmaster found that his pressure was actually blocked by Ling Shao and couldn't help but laugh. It had been a long time since he had found such an interesting child. If it weren't for Ling Shao offending his disciple and even destroying the reputation of Commandment Sacred City, he really wanted to accept this child as his disciple. Let's see what you're capable of first. The lawmaster restrained his aura and waved to the crowd. The fan effect was terrifying. The enthusiasm at the scene reached a new height. In this enthusiasm, the new battle finally began. This time, it was the lawmaster who drew the lots. With a casual wave of his hand, 2 beeswax flew up. In midair, the beeswax shattered, revealing the note inside. The note was not damaged at all. There were 2 names written on it, Gao Shen and Kill the Wolf. It turned out to be like this. Everyone laughed bitterly, feeling a little bored. Everyone knew that Gao Shen and Kill the Wolf were Ling Zhao's good friends. Even if the 2 of them met, they would definitely not fight to the death. This battle was destined to be boring. Ling Shao didn't find it surprising. If one didn't cheat in drawing lots, anyone could meet anyone. It was normal for Gao Shen to meet Kill the Wolf. I'll just admit defeat. Gao Shen laughed bitterly. He had seen Kill the Wolf's strength before. If he was an enemy, he would have wanted to temper himself. But since he was a friend, there was no need to waste his true essence and stamina. The first battle ended quickly. Kill the Wolf recovered to 1 point. Gao Shen's score was already negative by 2 points. There was no other way. He met Qi Shao in the first battle and couldn't beat her. In the second battle, he met Kill the Wolf and still couldn't beat him. Furthermore, they were good friends. It was normal for him to admit defeat. Qi Shao was the first of the Holy Sun. Kill the Wolf was also the second of the Holy Sun. Gao Shen did not feel that there was anything shameful about losing to them. The second battle, Qi Shao versus Dongbo Xiuyu. I admit defeat. Dongbo Xiuyu directly admitted defeat. She had seen Qi Zhao's strength. Her opponent was also an extremely vicious and merciless person. She didn't want to become disabled or consume too much energy. In the third battle, Bai Yunrui defeated Feng Yin. During the battle, Bai Yunrui's strength was displayed. However, he was ruthless. If Feng Yin hadn't chosen to surrender early and was teleported away, she would have been defiled by Bai Yunrui in front of everyone. Bai Yunrui had done this before. It wouldn't be strange for him to do it again. In the fourth battle, Black Fang easily defeated Tian Hai Peak. The 2 of them had encountered each other in the knockout stage, but now Black Demon Fang had become even stronger. It was normal for Tian Hai Peak to be defeated. In the final battle, Ling Shao versus Lion Fearless, the crowd once again became excited. I can't hold on any longer. Qi Shao, Black Fang, this brat is mine. Lion Fearless excitedly jumped into the arena. Finally, he met the person he wanted to kill the most. In the first stage, he met Ling Shao twice, but was played for a fool both times. He was even injured. He still remembered this point. Ling Shao, you have to do well. I'm waiting for you to come and kill me. Ha 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 ha. Black Fang laughed wildly. Perhaps from his point of view, Ling Shao would not even be able to pass the test of Fearless Lion. Wanting to kill him? That was purely a dream. I can't forget. Ling Xiao replied very seriously, I took care of Lion Fearless, that reptile. Next, it's your and Qi Zhao's turn. We'll meet sooner or later. When the time comes, don't run. Chapter 44-47. In the arena, Ling Xiao finally faced his first nemesis, Lion Fearless. Lion Fearless didn't waste any time. He released his martial soul and merged it with his body. His martial soul was a lion. After merging, his hands turned into sharp claws that shone with a dangerous cold light. Everyone knew that it wasn't easy to deal with him. Ling Xiao, you will die a horrible death. Roar. With a roar, Lion Fearless dashed out like a lion. He was so fast that he disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. Obviously, he was good at close combat. His hands were like the claws of a lion, grabbing towards Ling Xiao's throat. The sharp claws released a terrifying aura that wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. The claws were extremely fast and powerful. Once he was caught, a piece of his flesh would definitely be torn off. In serious cases, one might even die on the spot. Ling Xiao was too arrogant. He had angered Lion Fearless. He was definitely going to die. Many people thought so because Lion Fearless' performance was even more outstanding than before, even more powerful. Obviously, Lion Fearless had received guidance from an expert during the break. That expert was obviously the beast-taming general. Ling Xiao didn't care about the crowd's discussion. Feeling Lion Fearless' sharp claws coming towards him, he was as calm as ever. Lion martial soul. It was just an ordinary beast martial soul. Today, I will show you what a real beast god martial soul is. Yin-Yang Universal Tiger Beast Soul Transformation. Using the opponent's best method to defeat him was definitely the best way to defeat him. In the next moment, Ling Xiao reached out with both hands. He didn't retreat or dodge. The sharp claws met the attack head-on. It was like two demonic beasts fighting. One was a lion, and the other was a tiger. Boom! A violent collision sound was heard. The two of them separated immediately upon contact, and then both of them took a few steps back. It seemed like they were evenly matched, but in reality, Lion Fearless was obviously at a disadvantage. His physical body was not as strong as Ling Xiao's, and a few scratches appeared on his tough claws. One had to know that his claws were as hard as iron, yet they were still scratched. Lion Fearless frowned. Wasn't Ling Xiao's specialty in swordsmanship? Why was his physical body so strong? Ling Xiao wasn't injured, but Lion Fearless was indeed an expert. This collision caused the web between his thumb and forefinger to go numb, as if it was about to split open. This guy is really strong. No wonder he's so arrogant. Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, Lion Fearless made a strange attacking pose. He gloomily looked at Ling Xiao and said, I didn't expect you to have some skills. However, this still can't change your fate of being killed by me. As he spoke, his body suddenly released a golden light. The light condensed into the shape of a lion. It made him look like a golden lion. His eyes were filled with viciousness, killing intent, and evil. It made people tremble in fear. Kill! Suddenly, Lion Fearless moved. Countless afterimages appeared in the air, and the golden light also shone brightly. It was as if countless golden lions were pouncing on Ling Xiao. The entire arena was filled with lions and claws. It was impossible to tell the real from the fake. Gao Shun and Kill the Wolf were very nervous. Everyone in the Battle Alliance was very nervous because Ling Xiao's victory or defeat involved the future of the Battle Alliance. If he lost, it would be terrible. Ling Xiao didn't disappoint them. Their great master didn't lose just like that. At that moment, Ling Xiao also turned into an afterimage and crazily clashed with Lion Fearless in the arena. The two afterimages collided with each other at an extremely fast speed. It was hard to tell who was the winner. However, every time they collided, Lion Fearless would frown. It seemed that the two of them were evenly matched, but in fact, Lion Fearless was the one who was at a disadvantage. Not only was Ling Xiao's movement technique outstanding, but his physical body was also extremely strong. In addition, he was in the Universal Light Tiger Beast Soul transformation. His body was like a ray of light. It was almost impossible for Lion Fearless to catch him. Roar! A furious roar came from Lion Wuju's mouth. It was obvious that he was angry. The countless lion afterimages merged into one. They turned into a huge golden lion. A terrifying giant claw reached out from the void. The entire arena was covered by this giant claw. Unless Ling Xiao chose to jump off the arena, there was no way he could avoid this attack. Ha! It's finally over. Ling Xiao is still not as good as the veteran lion Fearless. His specialty is that he is fast. However, he can't fully utilize his speed in the arena. He's dead meat. Beast Tamer Holy Lord sneered as he watched the huge golden lion waving its claws at Ling Xiao. He was very satisfied with Lion Fearless' performance. This was his son, Great Sacred Lord. Sacred Lord Domineering Saber stood up nervously. He knew very little about Ling Xiao. Hence, he was the most nervous one. Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun looked indifferent. If he was defeated so easily, would Ling Xiao still be Ling Xiao? It could be said that even if they were killed, Ling Xiao wouldn't die. Not only was he powerful, but his survivability was also shocking. Anyone who wanted to take his life was simply a fool's dream. Ling Xiao's figure was covered by the huge claw. Lion Fearless revealed a victorious smile. He was elated. However, in the next moment, Lion Fearless' expression changed. The shadow of a divine dragon appeared behind Ling Xiao. The divine dragon opened its mouth and spat out dragon breath. The icy dragon breath was released. The golden claw was enveloped by the icy aura and became slower and slower. In the end, it was frozen into ice. Crack! As Ling Xiao attacked with his claw, the frozen golden claw instantly shattered. Ah! Fearless Lion let out a hysterical and terrifying shriek. The moment the golden claw disappeared, Lion Fearless' right hand was severely injured. The icy cold frostbite continued to appear. His face was as white as a sheet. It was as though his body was covered with a layer of white frost. Right now, Ling Xiao was standing in the void, like a god. He looked at Lion Fearless coldly. He didn't even need to use sword techniques to defeat Lion Fearless. This was because Lion Fearless was purely a physical expert. As for him, he was also good at physical strength. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart trembled violently. Ling Xiao would die. Lion Fearless would win. What a joke! Ling Xiao really became famous after this battle. After this golden battle, I'm afraid that no one in the 3,000 holy cities doesn't know him. Yes, he's so domineering and awe-inspiring. The people looked at Ling Xiao and praised him sincerely. The beast god martial soul was indeed an extremely rare martial soul in the Black Tortoise continent. The combat power it displayed was also terrifying. Saint Lord Ba Dao heaved a sigh of relief and sat back down. Chapter 44-48. Sacred Leader Domineering Saber knew that his worries were groundless. The calmness of the people beside him clearly showed that Ling Xiao's ability was not limited to this. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Ling Xiao looked at Lion Fearless mockingly, as if he was looking at a clown. I will definitely kill you. Kill you. Lion Wuju felt as though he was being mocked and made a joke out of. He was very unhappy, and his face was extremely gloomy. Until now, you still can't see your own fate. How pathetic! I said that I will kill you on the arena. If you don't want to die, then surrender. I can watch you walk out of the arena like a pathetic dog. Ling Xiao said that on purpose. People like Lion Fearless were more simple-minded. The more you provoked him, the less likely he would back out. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Lion Fearless laughed maniacally. I just took advantage of you a little. Do you think you can defeat me? Do you know what the 10 sacred cities rely on the most? It is because we are powerful and have enough resources. But you don't. Forget it. I will let you, a country bumpkin, see what is called divine essence. Divine essence. Wasn't divine essence a power that only divine body realm martial artists could condense? It was similar to quintessential essence, but it was much more advanced, much more powerful. Normally, only core shattering realm martial artists could condense a trace of divine essence. Only a monster would be able to do that. It was impossible for ordinary martial artists. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, Lion Fearless had already released his own divine essence. There was a small tornado in his right hand. The tornado was only about half a foot long, but it contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. It really is divine essence, and it is wind-type divine essence. This is really too terrifying. So this was Lion Fearless' trump card. In order to let Lion Fearless win, the Beast Tamer General had even given him such a terrifying thing. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was truly impressive. He had actually forced Lion Fearless to reveal his trump card. But now, how could Ling Xiao resist? This divine essence was not what anyone could possess. The beast-taming general could bestow upon Lion Fearless divine essence. Who would bestow the divine essence to Ling Xiao? After all, be it Forefather Crimson Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, or Zhao Fengyun, none of them were divine physique echelon experts. Only divine physique echelon experts could freely use their divine origin. What a pity! What a pity! Ling Xiao was still one step behind. Although it wasn't shameful to lose like this, it really wasn't worth it. What a pity! First Saint, are you not going to admit defeat? Sacred Master Tyrannical Saber asked Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Sacred Master Domineering Saber, just watch. Forefather Scarlet Flame smiled and said, It's just a little trick. It's nothing. What a joke. Ling Xiao had killed a true divine physique echelon expert before. It was merely a strand of divine origin energy. Could it be that he couldn't resist it? Just as Forefather Scarlet Flame had said, Ling Xiao had many ways to block this divine origin energy. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. There wasn't even the slightest surprise or nervousness in his eyes. From the beginning, you were the one attacking, and I was the one defending. That was just because I wanted to see how capable you were. Now, it seems that you're just SOSO. What you're relying on is this pitiful bit of divine origin energy that others gave you. Now, I'm going to attack. Ling Xiao looked at Lion Fearless with contempt. This Lion Fearless had indeed disappointed him. He wondered what the other party's trump card was, but it turned out to be this. He's going to attack. What does that mean? Could it be that he still has an attack that can resist divine origin energy? Many people were stunned. Logically speaking, when martial artists below the core shattering realm encountered someone with divine origin energy, they would either admit defeat or frantically dodge. If they couldn't dodge, they would have to die. Under the confused gazes of many people, Ling Xiao took a step forward. It wasn't a simple step. With this step, a domineering aura that looked down upon the world was released. It pounced towards Lion Fearless. At this moment, Lion Fearless actually felt like he wasn't facing a heavenly core warrior. It felt more like he was facing a divine physique warrior. That kind of pressure was just too frightening. Divine origin energy? Let me give it a try. Bang! In the air, a terrifying energy was condensing. A moment later, two balls of blazing flames were roaring crazily in Ling Xiao's hands. The flames were black, a thick black color. It made people's hearts palpitate. The flames were so bright that no one dared to look directly at them. The heat from the flames was unbearable. Fire divine origin energy? No, it's not just fire divine origin energy. It seems like there's dark divine origin energy mixed in as well. This is impossible. Everyone was stunned. General Beast Tamer, Law Lord, Saint Lord Scarlet's son, and the others couldn't help but stand up. They had seen a lot of young geniuses, but Ling Xiao was able to surprise them every single time. They had never seen anyone like him. Did this person have no limits? Lion Fearless had wind divine origin energy, and that little bit of divine origin energy was given to him by General Beast Tamer. Ling Xiao had actually controlled fire divine origin energy and dark divine origin energy, and the total amount was much more than Lion Fearless divine origin energy. Was there really a need for this battle to continue? What a monster! Everyone shook their heads and smiled bitterly. More people started to secretly support the Battle Alliance, although they hadn't publicly joined the Battle Alliance. But no matter if it was Ling Xiao's character or style, they all admired him. For all these years, many people had been suppressed by the Commandment Sacred City, and they had long since lost their patience. They needed a new beginning. Right at this moment, on the arena, Ling Xiao looked at Lion Fearless calmly. Do you understand now? You're just a pitiful frog at the bottom of a well. You thought that only you had divine origin energy, so you used it as your last hope on the spot. But in my view, divine origin energy is also merely a type of energy attribute. While it's strong, when used in the hands of a vulgar person like you, it still can't unleash any effect. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh and said, General Beast Tamer can be said to have racked his brains for you to win, even unscrupulously bestowing divine origin energy to you. Today, I'll let him see how his hard work will be ruined in one day. Ling Xiao's words made Lion Fearless ashamed and furious. He lost the ability to think amidst his rage. He completely did not realize that these were words deliberately said by Ling Xiao. He just did not want him to surrender. What Ling Xiao wanted was for him to die. If he did not die, and only one, the significance was really not great. Lion Fearless, surrender. General Beast Tamer's voice sounded out, enlightening even the benighted. But right at this time, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared. A cluster of pitch-black flames descended from the sky, as if wanting to burn everything in front of it to ashes. This was just an ordinary flame, not a strange fire, and also not an immortal fire. It was just that it fused with the giant Devil King's divine origin energy. That was why the power would become extremely powerful. Lion Fearless wanted to surrender, but he discovered that he actually could not even speak. His entire person was trembling. The corners of his mouth could not use strength. His mind was filled with terror. He could only desperately urge that pitiful trace of divine origin energy to resist Ling Xiao's attack. Chapter 44-49. The brilliance of the flames was as dazzling as the scarlet sun. The aura that contained destruction and scorching heat made people feel their own insignificance. In that instant, Lion Fearless actually gave birth to a kind of despair. Wanted to accept this tragic fate. No, can't die, I can't die. The current Lion Fearless could not shout out the word surrender. Or, rather, even if he shouted out surrender, it was also meaningless. Ling Xiao's attack could not possibly stop at all. Block for me. The roaring wind-attribute divine essence was finally released. That was an incomparably ferocious lion. It set off a series of fierce winds, causing the audience to be unable to see the changes on the stage clearly. A series of ghostly wails and howls sounded out. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. That kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Bang! The flames collided onto the lion, condensed by the fierce winds. That lion let out a sorrowful roar. It was already unable to resist. Its body was also shattering bit by bit. Surrender! I want to surrender! Lion Wuju finally shouted these words with all his might, but he discovered to his horror that he was not teleported away. Surrender? Dream on! Ling Xiao said mockingly, I said enough. If I want to kill you, you have to die. That little teleportation trick. As long as it can block the sound waves, it will do. Just accept your fate. Accept my fate. No, I can't accept my fate. I'm still young. I don't want to die. Lion Fearless never thought that there would be a day where he would actually beg for mercy. Furthermore, it was a very lowly begging for mercy. His life was in the hands of the enemy that he hated and looked down on. It was simply like fate played a joke on him. I'm a member of the beast-taming sacred city, the illegitimate son of the beast-taming general. You dare to kill me? At this moment, Lion Wuju could no longer care about anything else as he revealed all of his secrets. He hoped that he could threaten Ling Xiao. He hoped that Ling Xiao could give face to the beast-taming general and let him live. Idiot, when you wanted to kill me, did you ever think that you would be killed now? So what if the beast-taming general? So what if it was the beast-taming holy city? They can't save you. As he spoke, the blazing flames had already enveloped Lion Fearless. On the arena, the terrifying flames continued to burn. People could smell a pungent smell. Ling Xiao, don't you dare! Even though beast tamer, Holy Lord couldn't see what was going on. He could sense it. He could sense that Lion Fearless was in danger. Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao's cold laughter rang out. The gale dissipated. Everyone saw Lion Fearless struggling in the flames. Lion Fearless' eyes were filled with despair and regret. He thought he was from the beast-taming holy city and had the beast-taming general behind him. That was why they usually ran amok and didn't care about anyone. He had never thought that anyone would dare to kill him. However, on this day, he finally met someone who dared to kill him. Ling Xiao's heart was incomparably cold. The blazing flames finally burned Lion Fearless into ashes. And this scene was witnessed by everyone. The beast-taming general couldn't forget Lion Fearless' expression before he died. His expression was filled with fear, regret, and despair. He died just like that. The genius of the beast-taming holy city, Lion Fearless, the fourth-ranked Lion Fearless of the 10 Holy Sun. He was burned alive by Ling Xiao. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even really hurt Ling Xiao. He was completely suppressed. Such an unexpected result left countless people dumbfounded and unable to comprehend. The warriors of the Battle Alliance looked at Ling Xiao. They looked at their great holy lord. They all looked at him with respect and admiration. He was such a domineering and proud man. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll definitely kill them. There was no room for negotiation. No matter who you are, no matter what your identity is, you have to die. Beast-taming general, it's time to announce the result, right? Ling Xiao looked at the beast-taming general mockingly. So what if you're the head judge? Unless you don't care about the rules of the Golden Battle and start a war, you can only bear the pain and announce my victory. The beast-taming general's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was on the verge of losing control. After all, Lion Fearless was his illegitimate son. Ling Xiao wins this battle. The voice of the disciplined Sacred City's law master sounded. The voice instantly calmed the beast taming general down. The golden battle couldn't be disrupted. Otherwise, it would be a huge sin. He could kill Ling Xiao to avenge his son, but he couldn't delay the golden battle. The battle was over. The second round of the Battle of Points had officially ended. According to the rules, the third round would begin in an hour. An hour passed quickly. Nothing special happened during this time. The third round officially began. In this round, Ling Xiao met Gao Shen right away. There was nothing to say. Gao Shen admitted defeat. Qi Xiao defeated Feng Yin. Black Fong defeated by Yun Rui. Kill the Wolf defeated Dong Bo Xiuyu. Tian, High Peak got a bye. Without Lion Fearless, it was normal for him to get a bye. There wasn't anything special in this round, other than Black Fong, and by Yun Rui's battle being more exciting. The rest of the battles were either opponents admitting defeat, or it was one-sided. People were looking forward to the fourth round of battles. However, the situation in the fourth round wasn't satisfactory. Ling Xiao was the first to fight. His opponent was Kill the Wolf. Kill the Wolf surrendered. It wasn't because Ling Xiao saved him. It was because he knew he wasn't Ling Xiao's opponent. Rather than wasting their stamina and true essence, it was better to use it on the next battle. Qi Xiao easily defeated by Yun Rui, maintaining a complete victory. Black Fong defeated Dong Bo Xiuyu, maintaining a complete victory. Tian High Peak defeated Gao Shen. Phoenix Voice got a bye. At this point, only Ling Xiao, Qi Xiao, and Black Fong were left with a complete victory. In the fifth round, the audience's annoyance had reached its peak. But the first battle of this round had ignited their emotions once again. Ling Xiao even suspected that this draw had been arranged beforehand. This battle was between Qi Xiao, ranked first among the 10 Holy Sun, and Kill the Wolf, ranked second among the 10 Holy Sun. Previously, Kill the Wolf had lost to Black Fong. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Black Fong had used a method that violated the rules. He had an unfair advantage. So this battle was the one where they could truly see Kill the Wolf's fighting strength. The audience was very excited. They had seen enough one-sided battles. They really wanted to see an exciting confrontation. Even if Kill the Wolf wasn't as good as Qi Xiao, he should be able to match Qi Xiao within 100 moves. But the reality made everyone's jaws drop. One move. Qi Xiao only used one move to make Kill the Wolf admit defeat. Too strong. Is this Qi Xiao's true strength? He is clearly declaring war on Ling Xiao. We'll know who is stronger soon. Yes, the closer it is to the end, the more likely it is for these two to fight. The audience suddenly became even more excited. The audience liked to see strong people fighting. Plus, the audience liked unknown endings. They didn't like battles where the outcome could be seen at a glance. That was too boring. Chapter 44:50. Even if the battles in the middle were a little boring, the closer it was to the end, the more exciting the battles would be. This was something that would never change. Kill the Wolf admitted defeat in time and did not suffer any serious injuries. As soon as he stepped down from the stage, he said to Ling Xiao, Qi Xiao, that guy, not only is he a fragmented core realm warrior, he also seems to have grasped a terrifying divine skill. I could feel the power of that divine skill, so I admitted defeat in advance. You must be careful. Kill the Wolf had been saved by Ling Xiao once, so he did not want to take the risk and waste Ling Xiao's true essence this time. He felt that something was wrong and admitted defeat in advance. This made Qi Xiao somewhat depressed. He did not feel good about not being able to heavily injure Kill the Wolf. Understood. Ling Xiao smiled and stepped onto the stage. His opponent was by Yun Rui. He was also a relatively strong opponent, ranked third among the 10 Holy Sun. Ling Xiao did not like this person, but there was no deep hatred between them, so he did not attack too ruthlessly. However, he was being merciful, but Bai Yunrui did not. This guy was defeated after 10 moves, and actually used a despicable method to sneak attack. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't give him a chance to launch a sneak attack at all. He crushed his inner core first. Another person was killed. At this point, there were only 8 people left in the top 10. 2 were killed by Ling Xiao. 1 was Lion Fearless. 1 was by Yunrui. In the following battle, Gao Shen defeated Dong Bo Xiuyu, taking his first victory in the top 10 competition. Feng Yun defeated Tian High Peak, which could be considered normal. Black Fong was lucky enough to get a bye, and in the next battle, there would be 8 people left. There would be no one else getting a bye, unless someone else was killed. In the 6th round, Ling Xiao encountered Tian High Peak. Naturally, he won. Tian High Peak didn't even have the intention to fight. He directly chose to surrender. Qi Xiao was up against Black Fong. This was a duel between 2 martial artists who had maintained a perfect record. In the end, Qi Xiao defeated Black Fong by a very small margin and retained his reputation as the first Holy Sun. The moment she defeated Black Fong, Qi Xiao looked at Ling Xiao provocatively. He was clearly telling Ling Xiao, no matter how outstanding Ling Xiao's performance was, he still couldn't climb the mountain that was him. What are you looking at? If we meet in the next round, I'll definitely kill you. Black Fong realized that Ling Xiao was looking at him. He felt that Ling Xiao's gaze was filled with mockery and ridicule. This made him very unhappy. He didn't expect to lose to Qi Xiao. He hated that the time was too short. Black Fong's foundation was too weak. Even if it was him, it would take a long time to recover his strength. He had his eyes on Ling Xiao's physical body. If he could get his hands on that physical body, he would definitely be more powerful. During the interval between the 6th round of the competition, the Dharma Master called Qi Xiao to his residence. No one knew what they did. They only knew that after Qi Xiao came out, he had obviously become more confident. After defeating Black Fong, he had almost revealed all his trump cards. To be honest, he was a little unsure about facing Ling Xiao. However, this time, the Dharma Master had given him something that could allow him to turn defeat into victory at the crucial moment. He was even more confident. Dharma Master, is everything ready? The beast-taming general's eyes revealed a cold light. He had no intention of continuing this golden battle. This was because his son, Lion Fearless, was dead. If not for completing the mission given by the Golden City, he would have quit long ago. Right now, he only wanted Ling Xiao to die. Don't worry. In the 7th round, let him meet Black Fong. Black Fong is possessed by the human demon. Even if he can't win, he can still heavily injure him. The next matter is very crucial. Don't let him have time to recover. Let Qi Xiao finish him in the 8th round in advance. This old man has already arranged everything. The Dharma Master sneered. But what if Black Fong is useless? The beast-taming general frowned. Ling Xiao had broken through the traps of others consecutively. This made the beast-taming general feel uneasy. Don't worry. He can definitely do it. Even if he can't, he has a backup plan. The Dharma Master laughed. Since that's the case, that's great. The beast-taming general let out a sigh of relief. Before the 7th round began, he announced, at this point, Gao Shen and Dong Bo Xiuyu can stop participating. Of the 8 people, Dong Bo Xiuyu is ranked 8th, and Gao Shen is ranked 7th. If the 2 of you aren't satisfied, you can challenge any of the 6 people in front of you. But you only have one chance. Give up. The 2 of them directly chose to give up. Up until now, they were clear of their own combat power, being ranked 8th and 7th wasn't shameful at all. Gao Xin used to be ranked 8th, and Dong Bo Xiu Yu was ranked 7th. This didn't change at all. Very good. Next, Tian Hai Peak is ranked 6th, and Feng Yin is ranked 5th. You have any objections? The beast-taming general had no choice but to make this arrangement, because Ling Xiao killed Lion Fearless, and by Yunrui, the arrangement of the top 10 competition had changed. Gao Shun, Dongbo Xiuyu, Feng Yin, and Tian Hai Peak didn't need to continue fighting. Of course, this arrangement had to be approved by them. Agreed. After fighting for so many rounds, everyone was clear of their own combat power. Very good. Kill the wolf. You are ranked 4th. Do you have any objections? The beast-taming general looked at Kill the Wolf and asked. Kill the Wolf nodded. He wasn't a match for Qi Xiao, Ling Xiao, and Black Fong. Being ranked 4th was very suitable for him, and if he maintained 4th, he would have been ranked among the top 10 Holy Sun for the past 10 years. As such, he was qualified to become a preparatory disciple of the Golden City. It didn't matter. Moreover, in Kill the Wolf's opinion, whether Qi Xiao and Black Fong could survive until the end was another matter. Maybe he would still be ranked 1st this year. Good. Since that's the case, the next ranking battle will be between the 3 of you. Black Fong has already lost to Qi Xiao, so in this round, Black Fong will fight with Ling Xiao. If he loses again, he will be ranked 3rd. Is that okay? The beast-taming general's arrangement was simple and easy to understand, and it was also very fair. There was nothing much to say. Even if I can't win, I must kill Ling Xiao. Black Fong's eyes flashed with hatred as he stepped onto the stage. Ling Xiao also walked onto the stage. Everyone became nervous. According to this new arrangement, the top 10 competition existed in name only. In fact, there were only 2 matches left. Ling Xiao against Black Fong, Ling Xiao against Qi Xiao. As long as he defeated Black Fong, he would be ranked 2nd. And if he defeated Qi Xiao, he would be ranked 1st. Although there were fewer battles, the audience's mood was even higher, because the remaining battles were all the best. When Ling Xiao and Black Fong stepped onto the stage, the people of the Battle Alliance and the Scarlet Sun Alliance became nervous. The Scarlet Sun Alliance was just a temporary organization. Its purpose was to fight against the Battle Alliance. The Scarlet Sun Sacred City was the main force. The Commandment Sacred City was assisting from the side. The rest were the Sin Sacred City, Sword Sacred City, Nether Sacred City, etc. Chapter 4451. What's with that look in your eyes? Are you looking down on me? Let me tell you, even if I lost to Qi Xiao, I'm still stronger than you. Black Fong looked at Ling Xiao's indifferent eyes and suddenly became angry. Before the battle with Qi Xiao, didn't you also think that you could win? What about now? Before the battle, you'd better think about the consequences before you speak. Idiot! Ling Xiao mocked. Okay, then I'll show you what it means to be strong. People like you in front of me are just an ant trying to shake a tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating yourself. As he spoke, Black Fong had already made his move. He took a step forward. With just one step, his figure was already not far from Ling Xiao. A gloomy and evil aura was released, oppressing Ling Xiao. The aura of the human demon was completely released without any concealment. His hands formed claws and directly tore the air. The space seemed to be torn and distorted. A violent force squeezed Ling Xiao, trying to crush Ling Xiao. Do you think a worm can defy the heavens? Today I'll wake you up. Sky-splitting demon claw. With a furious roar, Black Fong's hands tore again. An even more violent force was exerted on Ling Xiao through the air. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he had been directly put into a blender. His whole body seemed to be torn apart. Seeing this shocking scene, the audience cried out in surprise. Black Fong was really too terrifying. Although he lost to Qi Xiao, that was only because Qi Xiao suppressed him with her martial soul, making him unable to fully exert his strength. Now, facing Ling Xiao, Black Fong could freely display his strength. Just a casual claw, the power was amazing. It seemed that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. It seems that your pride is not without reason. Facing Black Fong's attack, Ling Xiao just smiled gently. Under the huge pressure, a sword appeared in his hand, a victorious heavenly sword. The moment the sword light bloomed, the whole sky seemed to be cut open. The crazy sword intent was quickly released. It shattered the power from Black Fong layer by layer. Swoosh! The terrifying sword chi between heaven and earth. In the arena, the whistling sound was constantly released. The sword light became brighter, and the sword intent became more terrifying. It was so sharp that it seemed to cut everything in the world. With Ling Xiao as the center, it actually formed a space of sword intent. Black Fong frantically released his internal force, but he couldn't get close. Hump sky! Hey Moya snorted coldly, the true chi on his hands. The two hands loosened, and in the blink of an eye, they once again assumed the shape of claws. Azazazazaz, even more terrifying. Hezazazazazazazazazazazazazaz. SSSSS. Even though there was a protective wall, many martial artists near the stage were still affected. His eyes turned scarlet, and he was about to attack the people around him. Evil thoughts are indeed powerful, but evil can't win over good. Moreover, escape light. Finally, Ling Xiao attacked. A bright sword light bloomed, directly tearing the void, and the SSSSSS. It tore the SS. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Ling Xiao's was too strong. It was so strong that it could tear apart all. It didn't matter if the other party's Black Fong's was a little ugly, and his brows were tightly knitted together. He didn't believe that he would lose to Ling Xiao in terms of Although Black Fong's body wasn't very good, this remnant soul in the door of all evil used to be a demon, even if it had consumed too much in the process of being sealed. It was definitely not something an 18-year-old young man could compare to. He didn't believe that he would lose in terms of It was impossible. He took another step forward. The door of all evil released endless evils. I don't believe that you don't have evil. As long as you have evil, you can't beat me in terms of impossible. While roaring, Black Fong continued to release his evil. At the same time, his hands formed the great sky-splitting claw. The crazy black energy condensed together and blocked Ling Xiao's rapid sword light. The two energies collided in the void. The great sky-splitting claw seemed to be able to split the sky, causing the sky to tremble. Boom! Finally, the escape light shattered. It didn't cause any damage, and it had disappeared. However, before Black Fong could be happy, Ling Xiao's second attack had arrived. A determined and cold smile bloomed on his face. Another swords came. The all-destroying swords caused his aura to rise to the extreme. The world was filled with blood-reds swords. Critical. Destroy. Black Fong wouldn't retreat. He had already lost to Qi Xiao. He didn't want to lose to Ling Xiao again. He wanted to fight. He wanted to win. He wanted to tear apart everything in front of him. The terrifying great sky-splitting claw formed again and blasted toward Ling Xiao's sword light. Because his cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao, the true origin, power he released was also stronger than Ling Xiao. At least, that was what it looked like on the surface. Boom! The collision sounded again. Critical, spun wildly like a chainsaw. Crazy electric sparks bloomed on Black Fong's claws. Die for me. Black Fong saw that his great sky-splitting claw couldn't block Critical's attack. He was furious, and an even more terrifying power surged out. The great sky-splitting claw changed again. Claw of all evil. Whether it was power or aura, it rose a lot. Critical began to crack under the claw of all evil's attack, and it gradually shattered. However, Ling Xiao had already expected this kind of attack. Another sword appeared in his left hand, the Dong Sheng demonic sword. Double critical. The Dong Sheng heavenly sword in his right hand released a domineering critical. The Dong Sheng demonic sword in his left hand released a strange critical. It was clearly the same move, but through two different swords, the power released was completely different. Black Fong felt an immense pressure. Scram! Black Fong was a monster, after all. A monster that was imprisoned in the door of all evil. Countless evil thoughts merged into the claw of all evil. The claw collided with critical. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt as if he collided with a mountain. Damn. After Black Fong completely gave his soul to that demonic creature, he became a lot stronger. Both his power and speed were completely different from before. Secret sword technique, second style, bloodthirst. Finally, Ling Xiao's move changed again. Countless snake-like sword lights suddenly shot out from the Dong Sheng heavenly sword and Dong Sheng demonic sword in his hands. The sword lights wove together to form a dense spiderweb. Black Fong discovered that his blood energy was madly surging out. Not good. If this brat's blood energy runs out, I'm going to die too. The demonic creature, hidden in Black Fong's body, was a bit scared. It didn't want to use all of its abilities in fear of being recognized. But now it had no other choice. Chapter 44:52. He's so strong. It seems that we were right. Ling Xiao is indeed qualified to compete with Qi Xiao for the chief disciple position. Black Fong will lose if he has no other choice. Seeing the dazzling and crazy blood drinker sword Qi, everyone's admiration for Ling Xiao had reached its peak. A young man who had been in the 3,000 holy city for less than a year. He had created such a legendary experience. If he could defeat Black Fong and Qi Xiao, his name would inevitably be written in the annals of history. He would enjoy the same treatment as Valkyrie Yang Shui. Get out of my way. A thunderous roar came from Heimoya's mouth. The space shook again. Heaven and earth seemed to be shaking. Behind Black Fong, the illusory door of all evil was almost materializing. The violent aura finally dispersed the blood-red sword Qi. Inch by inch, it broke and crumbled. 10-sword talisman. At this moment, a sword talisman appeared behind Ling Xiao. The sword talisman shot out 10-sword lights. They were completely condensed from real swords. They charged toward Black Fong at lightning speed. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao's face was incomparably calm. It was as if every step was within his calculations. Nothing could escape from his judgment. 10-sword lights, sharp and crazy. The entire space was shaking. The next moment, Black Fong let out a shrill scream. Many people in the audience felt their hearts tremble. They looked at Black Fong. At this time, Black Fong had several sword wounds on his body. The most terrifying sword wound was on his head. His entire head was pierced through. It looked disgusting and horrifying. Blood. Black Fong touched his wound. The dark red blood seemed to have restored some of his consciousness. There was a look of horror in his eyes. Didn't you say that you would win if I gave everything to you? Why? Why did you hurt me? Shut up. If you want to die, then jump out. This kid is not easy to deal with. But don't worry, I promised you that I would kill him. So I will definitely kill him. This conversation was between Black Fong and the remnant soul of the gate of all evil. In the blink of an eye, no one else heard it. However, everyone saw the strange expression on Black Demon Fong's face. How dare you hurt me? How dare you? A hysterical roar was released from Black Demon Fong's mouth. He really didn't expect that he, who had completely occupied Black Fong's body, would be injured by a piece of trash like Ling Xiao. An ant trying to shake a tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Don't worry about it. A playful smile bloomed on Ling Xiao's face. His voice was filled with endless cruel mockery. These words were meant to mock Ling Xiao by Black Fong. Now, Ling Xiao was mocking Black Fong instead. Speaking of which, it was really quite ironic. However, although he said that, Ling Xiao had to admit that Black Fong's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. The powerful talisman of 10 swords was a sudden attack. However, it only injured him. He didn't suffer any fatal injuries. At that moment, Black Fong actually blocked all of his vital points. You will pay the price, Ling Xiao. Black Fong roared. The black gas emitted from his body had already completely enveloped him. A part of his body had already mutated, as if it couldn't withstand this evil power and was festering. It looked really disgusting. The evil power increased again. In the air, thin black lines surged toward the surrounding audience. Everyone's negative emotions and evil thoughts were completely attracted. Black Fong's strength was gradually approaching the early stage of the course-shattering realm. When everything ended, Black Fong's appearance became extremely strange. It was like a huge sarcoma. It was extremely ugly, but at the same time, extremely powerful. Even Qi Xiao furrowed his brows. If Black Fong had used this kind of power against him before, he wouldn't have known how to deal with it. Pay the price. Many people wanted me to pay the price, but in the end, they were the ones who paid the price. Ling Xiao merged the swords in his hands together. They turned into the Eastern Victory Fiend God sword. The terrifying sword intent continued to climb. The powerful aura continued to climb at an insane speed. Boom! The insane power finally broke through the restriction of strength. It had reached a brand new height, perfect heavenly core realm. Although this level of cultivation was incomparable to Black Fong, who had broken through to the perfect heavenly core realm. But every time Ling Xiao broke through to a new realm, the benefits he gained were 100 times more than others. Every time he broke through to a new realm, he was able to make Black Fong feel despair. No one realized how frightening Ling Xiao was after he broke through to the heavenly core realm. This was because Ling Xiao was still suppressing his strength to the late heavenly core realm. When dealing with Black Fong, there was no need for him to use his strength at the perfect heavenly core realm. Exposing his strength too early wouldn't do him any good in the fight with Qi Xiao. But the crowd could still feel that his aura was stronger than before. Furthermore, his transformation had changed as well. It was no longer the yin-yang cosmic tiger transformation, but the most powerful transformation, the unbounded heavenly rat transformation. Was this Ling Xiao's true strength? Many people were asking this question, but until the very last moment, they wouldn't be able to get the answer. Ling Xiao was like a deep black hole. You would never know what kind of terrifying things were hiding inside. Black Fong stared at Ling Xiao, whose aura had suddenly become stronger. A cruel and destructive light could be seen in his eyes. His opponent had become stronger and stronger. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao today, he believed that he wouldn't have another chance. When he thought about this, the evil thoughts in his mind became even stronger. The evil thoughts he had absorbed had formed a thick layer of armor on his body. The crazy eyes looked like they wanted to devour Ling Xiao. Kill. There weren't any fancy moves. Black Fong punched out. This punch condensed endless evil thoughts. It condensed into this terrifying evil punch. The space was smashed into pieces. Heaven and earth were trembling crazily. It actually contained a trace of divine essence. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at this punch coldly. The sword in his hand pointed at his opponent. Behind him, the shadows of giant beasts began to appear. Blood, heavenly rat, flying flame lion, nine heavens frost dragon, shining holy light tiger, one-eyed thunderstorm bull, death kingdom black demon snake, hell ghost rabbit, 12 divine beast technique, 7th level. This was the martial skill Ling Xiao had released to deal with others before. Now he used it again. The power was incomparably huge, and it was still shocking. But could he win with such a move? It didn't seem to be enough. Black Fong's last punch was no joke. There's more. When everyone thought that Ling Xiao's move had finished condensing, the 8th giant beast form appeared. 6-eared diamond ape. 12 divine beast technique, 8th level. This 8th level could be said to be the most powerful martial skill Ling Xiao had mastered so far. It could almost reach the power of a high-level 10th level emperor martial skill. It was just that compared to the cosmic light, divine fist, and void-shattering finger, it lacked some changes. But its power was absolutely terrifying. The moment the 6-eared diamond ape appeared, Black Fong's expression changed. It became very ugly. Chapter 4453. Black Fong was an expert, so he could clearly sense how terrifying Ling Xiao's move was. The 8 beasts roared behind him. The Dong Sheng godly demon sword in his hand emitted sword energy that could explode at any time. The sword trembled continuously, as if it was extremely excited and wanted to kill the enemy for its master. Sword intent, there was nothing it couldn't destroy, nothing it couldn't kill. Beast God, incomparably domineering and invincible. When the two were combined, what kind of terrifying power would it produce? Crack! A crack appeared on the stage beneath Ling Xiao's feet. The surrounding spatial laws became chaotic. Ling Xiao just stood there, accumulating power. Kill! Black Fong didn't retreat. At this moment, he had no chance to retreat. Evil thoughts had taken over his soul. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to kill. Kill, kill, kill. Kill everything, destroy everything, exterminate everything. There was no thought of surrendering or running away in his mind. Evil thoughts wouldn't allow such thoughts to exist. The door of all evil rose into the air. Then it fell madly. The enormous pressure felt as if heaven and earth were collapsing. It was so heavy that Ling Xiao could barely move his feet. What a terrifying aura. Everyone looked at Black Fong. The strength of the former 10th Holy Sun had actually become so terrifying now. Although he might have borrowed the power of the human demon, wasn't this too powerful? If he wasn't defeated, then there would probably be more people who would try to borrow the human demon's power in the future. Black Fong's power was incomparably powerful. Ling Xiao's power was also incomparably terrifying. The two of them clearly wanted to use this move to determine the victor. The two of them looked at each other at the same time, accumulating terrifying power. Kill! Finally, the two of them released their attacks at the same time. The huge door of all evil slammed into the terrifying sword light formed by the 8 beasts. The two forces collided in the air. The collision caused the entire stage to be enveloped in light. People couldn't see anything. They could only see cracks appearing on the protective wall of the stage. Clearly, it was destroyed by the two of them. Many people urged their true essence to resist the energy leaking out from the protective wall. It was as if a black storm had broken out. After a long time, when everything returned to normal, everyone hurriedly looked at the arena. Two figures stood in the arena. It was as if a body-fixing spell had been cast on them. They stood there motionless. It was like the calm after a hurricane. Everything was dead, and there was no movement. Everyone felt panic in their hearts. Who won? Finally, someone broke the silence and asked, "I'm not sure. I couldn't see it clearly at all. That attack just now was too terrifying. It didn't look like a fight between a heavenly core warrior and an ultimate realm warrior. It was more like a duel between two shattered core realm martial artists. Many people felt as if they were about to be destroyed and killed. Now that he thought about it, his heart still palpitated. The wind blew across the arena. Their clothes fluttered in the wind. Plop! Suddenly, one of them fell to the ground. The complete body turned into dust and scattered with the wind. At that moment, everyone's heart trembled. His thoughts seemed to have stopped in an instant. Black Fong's body had scattered with the wind. Not even his corpse was left behind. Perhaps no one knew what had happened just now. But one thing was for sure, Black Fong had lost. He had been utterly defeated. In the end, not even a complete corpse was left behind. Ling Xiao stood there, without moving. Suddenly, the door of all evil appeared in his hand. It turned into a small door. Hee, this thing can turn a genius from the sacred city into someone else's puppet. Today, I've done justice for the heavens. You said I'm a worm, but a worm can also turn into a dragon, and it can also defy the heavens. You just don't believe me." Ling Xiao smiled. Then he crushed the door of all evil into pieces. He didn't need this thing. He would rather use the door of all evil to increase the great Devil King's overall strength. After all, the great Devil King only had the combat strength of a first-level divine physique realm warrior. Although he could fight against a second-level divine physique echelon cultivator, it would be very difficult for him to win. Ling Xiao didn't want his trump card, which he had obtained with great difficulty, to fail. Long live the first Sacred Lord. The voices of the Battle Alliance shook the sky. Countless disciples roared. Ling Xiao was too good. Their first Sacred Lord was too awesome. She said she would kill Lion Fearless, Black Fong, and Qi Xiao. She had already killed two of them. Only Qi Xiao was left. They believed that the first Sacred Lord could do it. This guy, Qi Xiao, finally showed a rare look of surprise. All this time, his expression had never changed. He was always so calm and unconcerned. It was as if there was nothing in the world that was worthy of his surprise or fear. But at this moment, his expression changed. Even if it was just a momentary change, it quickly returned to normal. But a change was a change. It meant that Ling Xiao's strength had shocked him. "You're finally worthy of me taking you seriously." From the beginning to the end, Qi Xiao had never regarded anyone as his opponent. He didn't care even if Ling Xiao ruined the reputation of Red Sun's sacred city. He always thought that as long as you were strong enough, he didn't care what others thought of you. When you succeeded, those people would still kneel and lick your boots like dogs, putting aside whether his thinking was right or not. However, his confidence was about to be challenged. His thinking meant that once he failed, he would lose everything. He wouldn't be able to leave anything behind. "Ling Xiao, you have half an hour to rest. You will fight with Qi Xiao next. Do you agree?" The beast-taming general's voice was cold and stern. Black Fong didn't kill Ling Xiao. He didn't even cause any substantial damage to Ling Xiao. This made him very depressed. However, it was the last battle. He didn't want to waste his breath. If even Qi Xiao couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, then he could only use his last resort. No need to rest. Let's start. Ling Xiao stood in the arena and didn't come down. He had consumed a lot of energy in the battle with Black Fong, but he felt quite good now. He wasn't showing off. He just wanted to maintain this fighting state. In this way, it would be easier to win. As for the consumed vital essence, it was completely negligible. The consumed physical strength could also be recovered with elixirs. It was not a problem. Do you want to die so badly? But let's wait for half an hour. Qi Xiao was smart. He obviously saw through Ling Xiao's thoughts. However, he said these words as if he was very generous. This person was really more difficult to deal with than anyone before. Fight again in half an hour. The beast-taming general gave the order. Ling Xiao simply sat cross-legged in the arena. If he didn't leave here, others couldn't do anything to him behind his back. Half an hour passed quickly. The enthusiasm of the scene had risen to the extreme. The last battle of the Golden Battle, the battle for the championship. Come and read.